at lincolnpolicy.org or rebootconference.org. As everyone knows, we are in the tail end of a crazy year and arguably an even crazier week. So as we gather, the presidential election is still contested, but we have a bit more clarity. But the Senate is still up in the air. The balance of power will probably not be determined for another month or two. And with that in mind, talking about what the future of tech policy might look like in a multiple array of scenarios that are still to be determined is needed now more than ever. We are very grateful for all of the participants, speakers, and those of you who have thrown on some sweatpants to join us for this important conversation. I want to make sure I thank our team at Lincoln Network for doing such an incredible job to convene this virtual event. Zach Graves, our head of policy, Marshall Kosloff, Dan Lips, Alexia Jordan, Sean Roberts, and Grace Meyer. I'm incredibly honored to work with them. They've done a really fantastic job, so thank you for your hard work. I want to also thank our lead sponsor for the conference, the John S. and James L. Knight Foundation, for their support. And supporting sponsors, the Federalist Society's Regulatory Transparency Project, AT&T, and also Facebook. So thank you very much for your support. The topic of the session that we have coming up is a great framework. The speakers will cover a lot of topics in an engaging way. And so how do we make the future happen sooner is certainly a topic that both of these gentlemen have spent a lot of time thinking about. Tyler Cowen is a noted commentator and public intellectual. He is the Harris Professor of Economics at George Mason University and chairman of the Mercatus Center. And Tom Khalil has held senior positions in the Clinton and Obama administrations, and he's currently the Chief Innovation Officer of Schmidt Futures. So again, thank you to everyone for joining us this morning and in the coming days. And Tom and Tyler, I'll turn the conversation over to you.
Thank you, Garrett, and hello, Tom. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Am I allowed to ask you first?
Sure, absolutely.
Let me ask you first. It's been such a slow week. We've all been talking about science policy. COVID is still a major concern. What do you think are the lessons we should learn from some of the things that have been happening, like the NASA SpaceX partnership? Seems to be going great. Michael Kramer's work on advanced market commitments seems far more important than ever. Generally, the work of Schmidt Futures and others on incentive prizes. What are we learning? Nothing about Pennsylvania, Arizona, real stuff. Tell us.
Yeah, so let me tell you about a couple of those ideas and sort of what they have in common, because I think there is a family resemblance to them. So when the US retired the space shuttle, the US government had to start paying the Russians $80 million per astronaut to get up to the space station. And so what NASA did with SpaceX and some other commercial companies is they said, we want a rocket that will go up to the International Space Station, deliver and retrieve cargo, and ultimately astronauts. And as you make progress towards that goal, we will provide some milestone payments. And that allowed NASA to get access to a capability for roughly $400 million that would have cost them 1.8 to 4 billion, and possibly even much more than that had they used a business as usual approach. Similarly, Michael Kramer's work led to 5 countries in the Gates Foundation going to pharmaceutical companies like GSK and Pfizer and saying, if you develop a vaccine which is safe and effective, then we will provide a copay of $7 per dose. And that one decision has saved the lives of hundreds of thousands of kids in low-income countries, because in the absence of that, pharmaceutical companies are not going to work on vaccines for diseases of the poor. When I worked for President Clinton and Obama, I was able to get DARPA prize authority, which they used for the self-driving car competition. And then when I came back into government during the Obama administration, I was able to work with the House and Senate to get every agency prize authority for up to $50 million. So what do these things have in common? Number one, the government or the sponsor, whether it's a prize or an advanced market commitment or a set of milestone payments, is establishing a goal, but it's being less prescriptive about how to get there. In many cases, the government is saying we're willing to bear the demand risk if the companies bear the performance risk, and so I think we should be doing more of that. One of the things that I think is really strange is that the government has very well developed and widely used mechanisms for making financial commitments that are contingent on failure. Those are called loan guarantees. So that's the government saying, all right, if Tyler goes bankrupt, then the United States will assume Tyler's debt obligations. And we are just barely scratching the surface on our ability to make financial commitments that are contingent on success. So in those areas that are important for society, where we believe that the private sector will underinvest, whether like vaccines for diseases of the poor or new antibiotics, a situation where the government says we're going to establish a goal, but we're going to allow the private sector to figure out what's the best way to achieve that goal, will bear the demand risk if you bear the performance risk, and we make financial commitments that are contingent on success rather than failure. We should be doing a lot more of that. And your colleague, Alex Tabarrok, has been part of a group that has been taking some of these tools of incentive design and applying them to the pandemic as well.
Okay, so those are all improvements in science policy. So maybe there's a small possibility there'll be a new administration coming in. If we want to think about what's the general method figuring out how to do improvements in science policy, I mean, what is that method? What's the thought experiment we should apply? What's the general way of thinking about science that we can do better, this time than we've ever done before in the past? How do you see that?
Yeah. So I think it's complicated because we have more than one goal that we're trying to achieve, right? So we have specific instrumental goals. For example, we want to allow Americans to lead longer, healthier lives. We want to address the current pandemic and dramatically improve our ability to respond to future pandemics. We want to have the emergence of new general purpose technologies that lead to faster economic growth and productivity and rising standards of living. So there are some instances where we have some particular goal that we're trying to achieve that we can articulate. And then we have other cases where we're just trying to expand the frontiers of human knowledge about ourselves and the world around us. And that will have serendipitous benefits. So for example, if I told you that it was of strategic national importance to understand why jellyfish glow in the dark, you might be skeptical about that. But
Not me. No, I'm sold on that one.
But it turned out that that's how we discovered green fluorescent protein, which has been absolutely essential for biomedical research. So I think part of the challenge is that we don't have a single objective function. So I can't say, oh, we should always do X or we should always do Y. Like a lot of areas that are complicated, the answer is it depends. But I think one of the things that we should be doing is applying the experimental method to science policy. And I'll give you one example of this, which is Pierre Azoulay, who's an economist, said, well, should we support people or projects? And he did some research using a quasi-experimental approach that said, if we compare foundations like the Howard Hughes Medical Institute that bet on people and give them a lot more flexibility, that seems to be more productive in terms of genuinely transformative research than supporting particular projects. And the NIH said, well, we don't think the comparison group was totally fair, et cetera, et cetera. So there were quibbles about the methodology, but the result was sufficient to get NIH to say, well, maybe we should try this too. And they set up a bunch of programs and they did evaluation and said, lo and behold, there seems to be an argument for betting on people rather than projects. And so at the margin, they've done more than that. So one of the things that I'd be interested in talking to you about is you've been an intellectual leader in the field of progress studies. And so are there some hypotheses that you think are bubbling up from those communities that where we could actually do an experiment and try something out and see if it works? Because I don't know about you, but I've over time I think I've become more epistemologically modest, and so when someone has a new idea, my first inclination is to say, can we try it out and see if it works before saying that we're going to have a wholesale change in a particular area of public policy. There may be crises where we do need bold and decisive action, even in the absence of strong evidence. But I think if possible, we should test out ideas and have a bias towards experimentation as opposed to saying we know what the right answer is. So
I think
my
there are
question to
so
you,
many
Tyler,
ideas
yeah,
where we should be testing and running experiments
yeah.
in philanthropy and in science funding.
Mhm.
So just one simple example is, are the decision-making committees too large or should they be smaller? It is
Yes.
my personal view that more of the sector should be either, a group of 3 or even a single person to encourage the system to take more chances. That
Right.
large groups, there's a tendency to select the least common denominator for
Yes.
projects where no one is offended.
Yes.
I also, at the margin, would like to see more what I call approval voting for projects. So say you have a committee of 10, and that's just what you're stuck with, whether for better or worse. You don't have majority rule, you don't have consensus. But if there are, say, 3 or 4 very enthusiastic voices, you do it no matter what.
Yeah.
Now, that
So,
again, you could test over time how well it does as a rule.
Yeah. So the Gates Foundation, for their Grand Challenges program, uses a gold star system where everyone who's on the peer review can say, I want to bet on this individual. I don't care what the rest of you think. And I think what that probably does is it increases the dispersion of outcomes and maybe allows you to get some things that were sort of high risk, high return. And if you were using consensus, you'd have one person on the committee who says, "Oh, Tyler's never going to be able to do that." But if you give everyone a gold star, then you might have a group process that leads to some things that are more in the sort of genuinely transformative category than high risk, high return.
And I think we should challenge the premise that all decisions need to be made slowly. In my own project, Fast Grants, we created new methods of refereeing where we got people back answers, usually within 48 hours, but at the very latest within 2 weeks. It's not that I think the whole sector should be run that way, but again, at the margin, we want to have more different methods, just like today's universities, their methods for tenure, how they set up committees, how they do hiring. It's too much alike across schools. And foundations are not as conformist, but there's still a general sense of there being too much paperwork. It takes too much time and energy for people to apply for grants. Just in passing, I should note this is absolutely not true of Schmidt Futures, just to be entirely clear. And I commend you all for that, but I'm sure you know what I'm talking about.
Sure.
And researchers complain to me and others all the time, like, well, they won't get an answer until 6 to 9 months from now, right? With COVID, that's a death sentence for many, many people.
Yeah.
Or they will just say, I can't apply for a very small grant. Or they'll say, like 30, 40% of my time is eaten up applying for grants. And a lot of that actually is just paperwork. The actual decision is often made on a relatively small subset of the relevant information. So what I'm interested in, both as a intellectual, but also as a doer, is at the margin redesigning parts of philanthropy to be quicker, less bureaucratic, in some ways more like Vannevar Bush, or in some ways even like more of some of the Italian Renaissance patrons or the patrons of Mozart and Beethoven. And they had a lot of failures, but they also had some pretty amazingly good records. And they did it all without information technology in our contemporary sense. And to me, it's striking how much of our progress we use to slow things down rather than to speed things up.
Right. So I guess a question I would have for you is, what would motivate people to take some of these ideas and write them down and say, here's a proposal for an experimental design that either a philanthropist could do or a government agency could do, because in my 16 years in the White House, one of the things I learned is if you want someone to do something, make it as easy as possible. So if you go to them and say, hey, how would you like to do apply the experimental method to science policy, right? So you could ask them a very vague question like that, or you could say, hey, look at how many study sections you have. Uh, aren't there some fraction of those where you'd be willing to try out some group process? And it's difficult from a rhetorical level for someone who is a science administrator to be against the scientific method. It's a difficult argument for them to make. So I think my view is that there would be a real value for the people involved in progress studies in the science of science policy to say, here, do a little bit of agenda setting. Here are, N experiments. Here's the hypothesis that we'd be trying to test. Here are some of the key experimental design questions. And I think there'd be a real value to doing that. And then shopping it around to both the science agencies and science philanthropists.
My own field, economics, has been grossly negligent in this regard. So I think economics of science should be one of the 5 most important economic topics, along with, say, unemployment, economic growth. Then should come economics of science. We don't treat it as amongst 30 most important topics. But I was very heartened. I was looking at the MIT economics job market page. There's a new job market candidate. I believe her name's Natalie Stein, if I recall correctly. She has 4 papers on economics of science. They look great. She works with Pierre Azoulay, whom you mentioned before. And I think actually my field is waking up that these things really matter. If you think about climate change, if you think about the pandemic, none of these problems can be solved without science. And science right now to the American public, it's a mix of less popular, less vocal, less trusted than I believe it was when I was growing up. That itself, I would like to see measured. Like, what exactly do people not trust about science right now? How have we gotten into this state of affairs where science itself is polarized and people bicker about things like mask wearing, which are low cost? Benefits might be uncertain, but in expected value terms, it's 100-to-1 ratio or more, probably much more.
Right.
So I think we need to understand the problem better. We need philanthropists, what you've done, what I'm trying to do, actually supporting more people working on science, the history of science, science of science, creating databases important for studying science. And I think if we lead by example, the Natalie Steins of the world, this woman at MIT, she will do well. Others will follow and see this is also in their self-interest to create a body of work on important topics.
Right. So make this the next sort of randomista idea that kind of takes off within the economic profession.
That's not only economics, but economics has been one of the most backward places.
Yes. Well, to your point, a point that you made is like, where are the kind of organizational biographies of institutions like the National Science Foundation or the National Institutes of Health?
It's hard to find them. There's something out there.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So I have another question for you, which is that in the natural sciences and engineering, we have a set of policies and practices and institutions for trying to move ideas from the lab to the market. And so we have tech transfer offices, we have the Bayh-Dole law, we have incubators, we teach scientists and engineers how to become entrepreneurs. We have a curriculum that builds on concepts like the business model canvas and customer discovery, where people learn how to go out and talk to 100 potential customers. And so all those things can be approved, but they at least exist. And the question I have is, what would be kind of analogous institutions when you're talking about an idea from the social and behavioral sciences? So the work that Michael Kramer did working with the Center for Global Development to go from an NBER paper to a group of 5 countries in the Gates Foundation actually doing this. The work that you've done around this FAST grants, some of the work that your colleague Alex Tabarrok has done around dominant assurance contracts. So what are the analogous sort of institutions for encouraging more, particularly post-tenure academics who have an idea, to not stop at writing the paper, but to say, what's the entrepreneurial role that I could play in terms of actually demonstrating the efficacy of this idea?
Well, first, universities ought to support this more. They will all talk at you till you're blue in the face about STEM, and they do mean that, but part of STEM is studying science itself, right?
Yeah.
Not just producing people who are programmers. I'm modestly hopeful on that front. The National Science Foundation, I would like to see take a bigger role, and they will tell you they've done plenty. I've seen their list of what they've done, but I'm quite radical here. Imagine the NSF deciding that a third of the new economics research they're going to support is going to be about science. I think they should do something like that. The NIH itself could do more to support the study of science, in addition to just supporting science, which they've done obviously an enormous amount. But think tanks, I've heard that R Street Institute is now starting a program in science policy. So you need also intermediaries, and finally teaching more academics how to fundraise for their own work. Well, I think help them create that kind of bridging work that doesn't necessarily get you tenure, doesn't necessarily make you rich, but if you really care about it, you can find means of supporting it.
Yeah, so we have this concept in particularly in the biological sciences of translational research. That is, what are the intermediate steps between understanding the mechanism of disease and then having a therapy, a device, a diagnostic, or a vaccine. And I think that we need a similar concept for the social and behavioral sciences, so that if someone has an idea for a new institution, one of my favorite quotes from an economist is from Paul Romer, who says, in the same way that there are all these ideas in the natural sciences and engineering that could lead to economic growth and job creation and productivity, the same thing is true with respect to institutional innovation. Whether it's the creation of the land-grant college and university or other institutional innovations like that. What are those types of ideas? New ideas for decentralized funding of local public goods, for example.
I just made 2 prizes through Mercatus Center. There were 2 new individuals, in one case a group, writing blogs about the history of science and science policy and progress in science. One is Anton Howes. He lives in the United Kingdom. The other's a site called Works in Progress. It's just all about science and progress. And I think both Anton and the group behind that blog, they're doing a lot to get ordinary, educated, intelligent people interested in science and also making it intellectually glamorous.
Yeah. No, the Dean Kamen, who's a serial entrepreneur and inventor, said, in a free society, you get what you celebrate. And a comment that Tom Frieden made, which was a while ago, so it's somewhat out of date. He said, our problem is that in China, Bill Gates is Britney Spears. In the United States, Britney Spears is Britney Spears. So, one of the things that Eric Schmidt and I have written about is this idea of a moonshot culture. So what would it take for, say 5-10 years from now, part of the expectations of what it means to be a leader in the 21st century, whether you're the head of a university or the CEO of a company or the head of a science agency or foundation, is that you are involved in the identification and pursuit of some really ambitious and important goal, in the same way that Bill Gates wants to eradicate polio and Elon Musk has said, I want to die on Mars, but not on impact, or President Obama unveiled the Brain Initiative, which is trying to do for neuroscience what the Genome Project did for genetics. And so to me, a moonshot culture means at least two things. Number one, more people are involved in this process of both the identification and pursuit of these really ambitious and barely achievable goals, number one. But number two, the media and America's storytellers are covering the people who are pursuing these things, and that as you said, they have more higher status than sort of vapid influencers on Instagram.
I would like to understand better how science idols, so to speak, are created through media and entertainment. So when I was a kid, my two heroes were the professor on Gilligan's Island,
right,
Dr. Spock on Star Trek. Now, how did they come to pass? What are the equivalents today? What can we do to have more of them? But I would like to ask you, with Schmidt Futures in particular, what are the people you're supporting doing science policy and science philanthropy that you're most excited about? What's in your bailiwick right now?
So I'll give you a couple of examples. So one is Arthi Prabhakar, who's the former director of DARPA, and what she's interested in is this sort of concretizing a methodology for what she calls solutions R&D, which is R&D where you're not just trying to generate a bunch of academic papers, but honest to God, solve a particular problem, which was what DARPA was in the business of doing for national security, and applying that to a broader range of societal problems than DARPA's mission, which is create technological surprise for our adversaries and avoid it for the United States. And so I think she correctly points out that there's not nearly enough work going on in population level health. So you think about the costs that the US and other countries are going to have to bear on diabetes, that there's not enough work going to say, how could we take what we're learning about behavioral science, the advent of low-cost sensors and machine learning, et cetera, could we take those technologies and those scientific advances and apply them to preventing diabetes or other chronic diseases in the first place, as opposed to expensive treatments once you have it? So that's one person, and her team I'm very excited about. The other is Adam Marblestone, who was a PhD student with George Church and a research scientist with Ed Boyden, both of whom I consider to be what the Japanese would call national treasures. Adam and a colleague of his, Sam Rodriguez, have a really interesting idea for these focused research organizations. So these are problems that don't fit well in private sector because there's no clear path to profitability. They're not a great fit for academia because they require a higher level of team science than is typically possible to do in an academic environment, because every young scientist or engineer has to demonstrate their own individual contribution as opposed to what they did as part of a tightly coordinated team of 20 scientists and engineers working together. And Adam has been going around and talking to people about, are there some problems that you think we could solve that are really, really important but don't fit well within the existing funding structures? And the meta point is, most of the time, if you're an individual and you have an idea, you have to fit it into existing institutions, funding mechanisms, and incentive structures. And what is very powerful is to ask hundreds of really, creative and productive people what if the world changed to accommodate your idea as opposed to the other way around? And I'll give you a thought experiment for how I used to ask people that question, which is to imagine that you had a meeting with President Obama in the Oval Office, and he says, Tyler, if you give me a good idea for accelerating progress studies, then I will call anyone on the planet. It can be a conference call, so there can be more than one person on the line. All you have to do is tell me what is your idea in order to make it happen. Who would I call and what would I ask them to do? And the motivation for that was that if you have the ability to send the president a decision memo and he checks the box that says yes, if that happens enough times, you develop this very strong sense of agency. So it's a way of sharing that agency that you develop over time with someone else. There's also it's also important because I think a lot of important problems require building coalitions, and it's very difficult to build a coalition if you can't articulate, number one, who are the members of the coalition, and number two, what are the mutually reinforcing steps that you're asking them to take. And that reduces to, if you could call anyone, who would you call and what would you ask them to do? So as Tyler, as you find people who may have hypotheses about the answer to that question, you should drop me a line.
I might call you, first of all, and I might want to call President Obama. So my answers are contained within the question. But I have a question for you, my thought experiment. Mm-hmm. What is it you would like the universities to do differently? Yes, you can say more interest in science, but a systemic change at the institutional level. You get to press a button. One thing, it can be better, given all that you've learned. How are we screwing up? You set us right.
Yeah, so I would like it. I think that this idea of these university adjacent research nonprofit organizations that are working on a problem that you can't do through the typical very loose collaboration between academics is a tool that we should be adding to our science policy toolkit. And I think one of the things that would enable that is if universities had were more relaxed about letting professors go on a sabbatical to do something like that, and then they could come back after this was over, as opposed to saying, well, I've got to make a choice. Do I participate in this very intense, focused effort to solve this particular problem, like a climate change problem or a pandemic problem, but when I'm really all in, I'm not doing anything else. I'm not going to academic senate meetings. I'm just really focused on solving this problem. Could a university have a more liberal sabbatical policy that would allow someone to leave and come back, as opposed to saying, I've got to sever my relationships with the institution? So that would be high on my list. I also, at the education level, we talk a lot about how we want people who are T-shaped. They have depth in one area, but they have enough breadth to be able to participate in cross-functional teams. And when you see universities currently doing this, their notion is, well, you major in one thing, but you minor in another academic discipline. So University of Illinois at Champaign-Urbana has a CS plus X program where you major in CS and then you minor in philosophy or something like that. But what if the top of the T was a problem? So you major in a discipline, but you minor in a problem, whether it's safe drinking water or improving our ability to respond to future pandemics or whatever. And so you have a set of curricular, co-curricular, and experiential learning opportunities that are really designed with that problem as the central organizing principle, as opposed to another academic discipline. And I think if we had more of those people, they could be some of the change makers that we need in the 21st century, because universities have disciplines, but the world has problems, and we should treat those as important central organizing principles in the same way that Michael Crow is creating entire new schools at Arizona State University, one of the few presidents who's genuinely committed to serious institutional experimentation, where the central organizing principle of that school is not an academic discipline. It's a real world problem like sustainability. So I'd like to see more of that as well.
And let me give you another button. I would second everything you said, by the way. You can change one thing in science policy, in government, not more money for something.
Sure.
That's too easy. But something
Yeah.
procedural or something institutional. Which button do you press?
Yeah. Well, I would say, this might be the equivalent of, asking the genie for more wishes. But
You press
I
the
would
button for
say,
more buttons.
well, I guess if you allow me more than one. So one would be in the same way that we have a set aside for small business R&D. What if we had a set aside for experimentation? So we said we're going to take some non-zero percentage of the NSF budget or the NIH budget, and we're going to use it to experiment in more for example, what group processes are most effective at supporting higher risk but potentially transformative ideas. So I think that would be an example. Another example is I just like to see us be more ambitious. And so in the same way that, the Department of Energy launched the Sunshot Initiative, which was make solar cheaper than coal, and USAID launched a project to dramatically reduce newborn and maternal mortality in the first 48 hours after birth. I think every major science agency should be involved in the identification and pursuit of at least one of these really ambitious goals. So, for example, for BARDA, it might be how far could we reduce the time required to develop a new vaccine which is safe and effective using platform approaches as opposed to starting from scratch every time you have a new emerging infectious disease. So every science agency should be involved in the identification and pursuit of at least one 21st century moonshot.
Last question. If we have like a minute apiece for this. If we just think of science, what's an area that right now is underrated and it's going to pay off big time and maybe not fully on people's radar screens? What's your 1 minute answer?
I would say the combination of behavioral science and technology is underrated.
For me, I think spillovers from the current war against COVID on the vaccine front, the vaccine acceleration front, the antibody front, and immunology, and fighting viruses are going to have big payoffs over the next 20 years that most people aren't aware of yet.
Yeah, no, I think that's true. I think that's very plausible. And I also think we need to do a massive after action review and say, what did we learn from what went poorly, both on the what new tools don't we have? Like we should have N99.99 masks. We should have the ability to create safe spaces for transportation and office buildings and factories. So I think there's a bunch of things that we just underinvested in because of the somewhat arbitrary structure of disciplines and funding agencies.
I believe we're about out of time. Tom, thank you. All listeners, thank you. Everyone at Lincoln, thank you. It's been a great pleasure. Look forward to seeing you in the flesh.
All right. Great to see you, Tyler, and super questions as always.
Great. Take care.
Hi, everyone. I think we are live. We're here for the next second panel of the day for the Lincoln Network's Reboot conference. I'm here with Kumar Garg, the Managing Director and Head of Partnerships at Schmidt Futures and formerly part of the Obama Office of Science and Technology Policy. I'm also here with Tiffany Moore, who is the Senior Vice President of the Consumer Tech Association. Really glad to be with you both today. I hope we still have Kumar. I can't see him anymore. Hopefully he's still on the call. But yeah, the name of the game today is tech policy in the next administration. And although we aren't entirely sure who will be in charge of the next administration officially as of yet. The votes are still coming in, and nothing is official. However, it's looking increasingly clear like it will be former Vice President Joe Biden. However, today we can talk about, either scenarios, whether Trump manages to eke out a win or whether former Vice President Joe Biden indeed is our next president. So I would like to start with Kumar, just so we can reflect a little on tech policy under Obama and what your top observations are of how the Office of Science and Technology Policy was handled under Trump, what you think some wins were, what you think some losses were, and what your main priorities would be in a new OSTP that would be under Biden. Could you hear me, Kumar? Not sure he could hear me. So can you hear me, Kumar? Okay, let's move on to Tiffany Moore for our first question. I would love to get your general take on how priorities really changed for your organization under the Trump administration, and what you're most looking forward to in a possible new Biden administration.
Well, I would say overall, for the Consumer Technology Association, our policies don't change. I mean, I think it's pretty consistent with what we're working on when it comes to tech policy on the things that are important to us, and I don't think that changes with administration. Maybe a different emphasis given the priorities of a different administration. But when it comes to making sure that entrepreneurs have the ability to innovate, that we're making sure that we have light touch regulation to make sure that there are guardrails, but nothing that inhibits kind of innovation. Those are things that we focus on, irrespective of who's president and who's running Congress. So we look forward to working with any administration in areas in which we agree. In the areas in which we disagree, we want to have vigorous but respectful debate, but always looking towards solutions. How do we get to kind of that next level to make sure that the U.S. remains competitive, particularly when it comes to our technology companies? And one thing that we're seeing, particularly in this economy, and our CEO, Gary Shapiro, often says, every company is now a tech company. So it's not just specific to platform companies. It's every company that recognizes that technology is the way for the future for their industry, irrespective of if it's actually tech.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Can we talk about what you saw as good achievements for CTA in the past 4 years, moments where you felt like you were communicating well with the administration and Congress and coming together on priorities? What were some of the highlights?
Well, we'll say one of the areas in which we did work closely with the administration was focused on workforce. After the election in 2016, as an organization, our board recognized the importance of making sure that the future workforce had the skills they need, not just the future workforce, but the current one. And kind of an emphasis by this administration was helpful. We recognize that technology is going to bring us some of the best innovations out there, but that there was a hesitation, particularly when it comes to automation, that there would be a lack of opportunities for the current workforce. And so we took that to heart at CTA. We developed our U.S. jobs portfolio, which includes the 21st Century Workforce Council. But importantly, it was the launch of the CTA Apprenticeship Coalition, in which we recognize that there needs to be more entry points into tech, into the tech industry. And the only way we get to, making sure that we take advantage of the best talent that the U.S. has to offer, and making sure that that talent is diverse, is to create new entryways into technology. And so in that area, we do think that there were successes within this administration to focus on apprenticeships, to focus on skills-based training. And when those opportunities presented itself, we did work closely.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let's move on to some of the top hot topics of the day. Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act is something that surprisingly to me, as someone who's been covering this for a couple years now, has gotten more and more attention as the months have gone on this year from both the right and the left. As you know, the only real change to Section 230 we've seen so far came in the form of the FOSTA-SESTA law back in 2018. We haven't actually seen anything change since then. If there's a new administration, if Biden indeed wins the presidency, how do you anticipate the Section 230 conversation changes? And realistically, what's the next step in amending that law if it is going to get amended?
Well, I think it's important to remember that Section 230 is the foundational law that enables the development of the internet, hands down. 26 words couldn't have been more important to the development of platforms that many Americans enjoy today, where we get our information, where we connect with people, particularly in the midst of a pandemic. We find that those connection points have been incredibly necessary. But we want to make sure that we don't get into the area of the government kind of regulating speech. One thing that we see, we don't want the government kind of picking winners or losers. In a potential Biden administration, we would definitely, appreciate kind of being past the election and having a more thoughtful and substantive debate about Section 230. I think even still, Vice President Biden has talked about his concerns with Section 230. So it's not something that's specific to party, but there are different motivations and concerns. And then you can just look at the tech CEO hearing, where one side thought the platform companies aren't doing enough. Some thought the companies are doing too much. So those motivations might be different, but I think the scrutiny remains. One of the things that we would suggest is that this is a conversation, particularly that should be in Congress and not the FCC. They don't have any kind of concerns about that law. That should be within the halls of Congress. But what we will say is that we need to make sure that we are not violating the Constitution or the First Amendment. We have to make sure, particularly you mentioned SESTA and FOSTA, while very well intentioned to go after some of the worst people on the internet and child trafficking, though there were some unintended consequences. And then, some law enforcement will tell you that it inhibited their ability to go after some of these folks because of the changes in the law. We have to make sure that it doesn't hurt small businesses. The larger companies are able to maneuver with legal departments to get through some of the, some new regulations. But if you think about, an entrepreneur, startup founder who's trying to, she's trying to create a company and having to try to navigate that, it creates more roadblocks. And then we need to make sure there's a focus right now on kind of the larger platform companies and social media. But Section 230 touches any any company that has
so I see you in now.
Any type of
comment. You see the screens don't load.
But the screens don't load. Could you go to
that? Hi, Kumar.
Hi, Kumar. We can see you.
Can see you.
Can you see us? Can you see us? Tiffany, you can go on with what you were saying.
But we need, any company that has any type of, review process. I won't step, into a restaurant or go anywhere without reading reviews. All of those companies are affected by Section 230. Even on kitchen appliances, on some of the, retailer websites. So we need to be very careful about how we're maneuvering and how we're discussing kind of changes and making sure that it's a broader conversation, recognizing the
right. So realistically, say we've got Biden in the White House, that the Republicans maintain their Senate majority, that the Democrats maintain their House majority. We're still going to be in a situation where there's not a lot of agreement over the remedy, even if there is agreement that there's something wrong with Section 230 and it needs to change. So in a situation like that, do you just expect a deadlock? Do you just expect no legislation to come through because of these sort of differing motivations? Do you think it'll be more of the same, even if we do get a change in the White House?
Again, the flurry of the election, I'm hoping things will calm down. But if we do indeed have a divided government, I think it's going to make it a little more difficult for reform. To your point, again, it's different motivations. one side says our companies aren't doing enough, another says there's bias. And so I do think, we could continue to see a logjam, but I think those conversations are best had in Congress and not the FCC. And administration, I think, there are some concerns about the president's executive order and the kind of ensuing FCC process if that happens. And maybe, that's an opportunity to, again, make sure that these conversations are had within Congress.
We're going to talk about a national privacy law. I mean, at the beginning of last year, it was sort of the talk among tech policy circles that getting a privacy law done would be the main priority for a new Congress. Here we are, fall of 2020, and it's nowhere to be found. It doesn't even really seem to be a priority anymore because antitrust and content moderation and misinformation has sort of taken over the whole conversation. In a new administration, will we get back to a national privacy law? Is that conversation dead? What's next there?
I really hope so. I mean, I am trying to be optimistic of what a potential divided government, what type of opportunity that would provide for policy, particularly, in kind of the moderate policy space where we recognize what the art of the possible is. One thing you've seen is, tech companies and associations, we are in support of a federal privacy law. We want to make sure that there are kind of clear rules of the road of how data is being used, making sure that consumers continue to get the benefits of what kind of technology has to offer. But we do think that it's necessary to have a federal standard, particularly with what we see in California, or even GDPR in Europe. We need some clarity. I mean, we think a federal standard is important. Obviously, there are elements of what a national privacy law would look like. We would want to make sure that we were part of those discussions. And again, kind of, underscoring the earlier point about how it affects small businesses. Larger companies are able to navigate these types of issues, but we want to make sure that it's not so overly cumbersome that small businesses and startups aren't able to, kind of implement or understand it. And then we also have to make sure we recognize that data is incredibly important. It allows us it's valuable in the types of, platforms we're able to use, information we can get, recommendations, but just making sure that we're very clear on how we're using that data.
But knowing what you know about the current priorities of Congress, how the committees might be made up next year, and just how slow legislation can move. Just totally candidly, are you at all confident that this is going to be a priority in the beginning of a new administration?
I would say it's probably a priority, but I think there are so many things that need some resolution. Particularly if it's a new administration coming in, you're going to be dealing with a new administration trying to get their cabinet picks confirmed. So that takes, several months, if not longer, off of the Senate schedule of trying to get that done. We're still in the middle of a pandemic. There are things that we need to resolve, whether it's COVID relief. And so I don't know that it's the first priority, but I think once we're able to kind of clear the underbrush and the administration is able to get up and running, and then Congress is, at least the Senate, has dealt with most of, getting the folks within the administration, perhaps then we can start talking about some of the broader issues outside of the kind of national emergency we're going through now.
Let's talk about antitrust. So obviously it has been a long summer of antitrust, with the report coming out of the House Judiciary Committee, the antitrust suit coming out of the Justice Department, the state attorneys general bringing their own suits and very likely joining in with the DOJ on what it's doing, and a pending antitrust suit at the Federal Trade Commission for Facebook. So if we have a flip in administrations and Joe Biden is in charge and he appoints a new attorney general, what do you expect to happen to the Google case? I've talked to folks who, think they'll pick it up, but maybe take it in a different direction, or that it will continue on in a bipartisan fashion. But, it's hard to tell what might happen there. So what are your predictions?
Well, I think overall, antitrust is an issue of concern for Republicans. And so that doesn't change with a new administration. Again, I think it's all about probably tone and approach. And again, there are differing reasons for a lot of these recent actions. And hopefully getting past the election, we can kind of look at it kind of seriously and understand kind of what's needed. So Congress should always, they have a responsibility for essential oversight, particularly of marketplace competition. The FTC has an important role, and they should continue to make sure that that they enforce kind of pro-consumer kind of efforts to, when companies get it wrong. And there could be some clarity, particularly when it comes to the rules of the road of mergers and acquisitions, so that kind of companies that are entering into transactions, that there could be greater kind of clarity and understanding. But we need to make sure that, that we're doing this for the right reasons. And again, there are concerns. And again, we just would hope that the approach would be thoughtful and in the best interest of consumers. So a lot of that is to be determined. And once the Biden administration gets their team together, we'll kind of understand what their next steps would be.
Mm-hmm. What is your assessment of the Google case, just as it stands now? What do you think of the case that the Justice Department is bringing? Do you think they have a strong case? I would love to just know your thoughts on the current state of things.
Well, I think everyone's still kind of going through it, and we're, look forward to kind of understanding how the next administration would proceed with it. So I think we're kind of, holding to see kind of what's next.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And on the, with the House, it's hard to tell. Sometimes it seems like they want to use existing antitrust law to perhaps reel in some of these big companies, but sometimes it seems like the idea is to get new antitrust laws on the books to, control the digital economy. As someone who's really steeped in the digital economy, what do you think of the idea that there would need to be new antitrust laws?
Well, I think the most important thing with anything that any policy that is pursued is that we're going after actual harm and not just potential harm or perceived harm, that we are actually looking at it from a fact-based approach. And again, and kind of as I mentioned earlier, like there should be some clarity, particularly as companies trying to enter transactions, to make sure that they understand the rules of the road. So, anything kind of moving forward, we would just want to make sure that it's focused on actual harm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And so do you think, generally the tech industry is a fan of either no regulation or uniform regulation? So would you say that anything helpful could come out of these antitrust conversations? You were talking about rules of the road. Would it be useful for them to have clear guidance about mergers and potential acquisitions from the Federal Trade Commission and Department? So maybe there aren't these discussions in the future an acquisition should have been allowed or not?
Well, I think it would definitely. I think companies could use a lot more clarity as they go into kind of mergers and acquisitions. There is an opportunity to provide some kind of greater guidance there. But I don't think it's either no regulation. It has to be kind of no regulation. For instance, if you look at the self-driving space, we CTA have advocated for kind of the Self-Drive Act. There have been bills in the House and the Senate that try to advance some rules of the road, pun intended, to make sure that as a federal government, we are organized. The federal government is organized in a way that we could take advantage of self-driving vehicles, and that we have clarity on the roles of DOT and NHTSA and even the states when it comes to advancing policy. So that's an opportunity where we think with a new administration and Senate, possibly, or the Senate remaining in Republican hands, that we could talk more about advancing self-driving vehicle policy.
The other technologies of the future, AI and facial recognition and other types of robotics and future-looking technologies. How do you feel about the progress that has been made on that front in the past couple of years? And what would you hope the next administration prioritizes on that front. I know with AI, it's a race to keep up with China. And, I remember talking to various lawmakers this year, outgoing Representative Will Hurd, who really thought that we were falling behind when it comes to AI and that any new administration needs to absolutely be prioritizing AI. What do you think?
Well, unfortunately, we don't have Kumar to join us, but one of the things that,
come back, Kumar.
But, his experience working with OSTP, and I will say, within this administration, working with the Office of Science and Technology Policy has been a great opportunity, a great relationship, and their focus, particularly on emerging technology, whether it's AI or quantum compute, that has been incredibly valuable to make sure that we don't lose the race. And so there, whether it's investment in those technologies and focus and attention to it, we think it's been valuable to make sure that we remain a global leader.
So I wanted to join because I'm our Kumar substitute with far less, no experience whatsoever in tech policy, but I think I can bring Ashley into the conversation a bit. And I want to direct this question to both of you all. Tech, at least from my perspective, has been politicized to a level, and Ashley, you wrote about this recently, politicized during this administration to a level that I don't think you could compare either previous administrations to. So could you all speak to the way that the environment would change? Is it possible you could sort of put the sort of toothpaste back in the bottle again, or is that going to continue on with the status quo? I'll ask you first, Ashley, to give you a break from that.
From my reporting perspective, I started covering tech policy at the very end of the Obama administration, and it was certainly different. The relationship with the press was different. The approach to explaining what the administration wanted to do on tech was different, and Congress was a lot less active on issues of technology. They were, working on spectrum and broadband and net neutrality, and occasionally you would get into a conversation about content moderation or misinformation, but it was very much like your bread and butter tech policy topics that were conversations about Privacy Shield and EU-US data transfers and just this base tech policy stuff that had nothing to do with how everything blew up after the 2016 election. So it was just another policy beat on Capitol Hill, like tax or health or anything else, and it really wasn't controversial. It was just your boring old policy beat that we all love to cover in DC. And I remember meeting with sources in the summer of 2016 before the election and saying, "What's going on this year? Like, what should I be following?" And everyone was like, "It's gonna be a quiet year. Like, we'll talk about net neutrality. We'll talk about AI and self-driving cars and some other stuff, but we're not expecting anything big." And then it all just blew up. And since 2016, since Trump won and all the revelations came out about Cambridge Analytica and the way the social media platforms were abused, and it's all become so politicized, it's that the tone has totally changed. And at times it's been nice because there's more to cover. But other times it's really frustrating because these basic policy conversations that really are normal policy conversations do turn political. So I'm wondering if Biden is indeed the winner, if we're going to return to this sort of Obama era normalcy of like back and forth with the White House on what they're doing. Congress doesn't really change because we had good access to them always, because you can just go up to Capitol Hill and talk to people. So that doesn't really change. But everything that we write now, you get pushback from people who think you're being biased or that you're either carrying water for the big tech companies or carrying water for the complaining politicians. So we get caught in this way that I don't really think we were before. And it's been really interesting. So that's my take for now.
Well, I would just add, I've been doing tech policy for a while now, and at its basic level, tech policy shouldn't be partisan. It should be And I guess, well, in some instances, criticism is bipartisan. And, you know, we're all passionate about tech policy. And, you know, in some ways, I want to make tech policy boring again.
Good luck.
But, you know, again, I think we can engage in rigorous debate on some tough issues. And I mean, I think the thing that's also different is that our companies have matured significantly since, you know, some of the you know, from 10 years ago. And there are more implications. I mean, it's a greater part of our life. It's brought so many great innovations to us. Like, you know, I'm excited about my new Roomba. Like that's been my spot for the week when I'm not looking at the election results. But you know, all of those new innovations raise new questions, and we as an industry should be able to answer those questions. There's not something that we shy away from. But as long as, you know, that the debates are done with integrity, that they're not done with a particular political leaning, and it's not about gotcha, and it's actually about solutions. And so I can engage in debate with almost anyone as long as we're trying to get towards a solution that's going to create the outcome and the greater good.
Yeah, speaking of bipartisan, it seems to me the thing that's been most bipartisan narrative-wise is that both parties do have these aggressive stances towards the tech industry. And that leads people to, in my view, take this sort of mistaken sort of framing that there's this sort of bipartisan critique, but to me, the critique is sort of quite different. So could you all sort of speak to sort of that dynamic? Maybe I'm sort of wrong, but I'm just curious what you think about the notion that there is sort of this bipartisan consensus against tech, whether that exists or not. Because I think that would seem to affect whether or not there can be a return to normalcy, at least.
I think we can. I mean, I personally hate that we're losing Congressman Will Hurd. He was one of the most thoughtful voices when it came to tech, and his work with Congresswoman Robin Kelly. I think that's an example of like how there could be some great opportunities in tech. We're losing, you know, Senator Cory Gardner, who was also very thoughtful in tech and worked on a bipartisan basis with a number of his Senate Democratic colleagues. We're going to miss those two individuals in particular. We're losing a Susan Brooks. We're losing so much great talent. And so we're going to have to inform Congress and make sure that they understand our industry. We're going to have so many new freshmen. So that's going to be a lot. And try to just have kind of one-on-one conversations. Again, a lot of these conversations, you need to be willing to ask the questions. And we're happy to answer them. Do the big tech hearings actually, are they helpful? I would suggest that did we accomplish anything? But you know, the best conversations I have, the ones that are more nuanced, are one-on-one with members of staff, where we can really kind of get to kind of what is the issue, what are your concerns, and how do we help address them? And when we start there, I think you can have more bipartisan consensus, and you can really look at what are the issues that we're trying to solve for, and then let's solve them.
What's your perspective, Ashley?
There's definitely a bipartisan disdain for tech right now. As we've gone over, the motivations behind those complaints are very different. But you definitely cannot say it's just a Republican thing or a Democratic thing. I mean, Joe Biden told the New York Times in January that he wants to repeal Section 230, and he hasn't, changed that position. I just asked his campaign last week if that's how he still feels, and they said yes. Whether he makes that a priority when he gets into office, I doubt it. I think that because technology is so in the mainstream conversation right now, that he was sort of forced to answer those questions as a candidate, because lots of other candidates, like Elizabeth Warren at the time, were talking about it, and he sort of had to answer for that and say where he stood, and it probably wouldn't have been popular among certain contingents if he said that he was in support of Section 230, even though there's plenty of people out there that are. So it's not my sense that once he gets into office, he's gonna have like reeling in big tech as one of his top priorities. That doesn't necessarily mean that he's not going to have people working for him that do have it as a first priority. I mean, we've still got David Cicilline in the House. His work is not going anywhere. The influence of groups like the American Economic Liberties Project and these groups that really want to push antitrust action, like they're not going anywhere. So the pressure is definitely going to remain. Whether there's enough oxygen in the room for antitrust and content moderation to actually become anything other than conversation topics is yet to be seen. I mean, we need to do COVID relief. We need to pass a budget. There's a lot to get to where these tech policy issues are kind of evergreen. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely happening on both sides. You won't see the Republicans stop talking about bias. You won't see the Democrats stop thinking that the platforms are not doing enough to reel in misinformation. And the platforms are going to be caught in the middle, even if they are in a position where the president-elect is not, straight up trash talking them on his Twitter account every day. It's still going to be sensitive, and they're going to be caught in the middle, and they're going to have to be really careful about who they hire and how they engage with the new administration. It won't be like the Obama days, but it won't be like the Trump days either. It's kind of like whole new territory.
Yeah, as we're thinking about ways that the policy conversation has changed since 2015, 2016, it seems to me China is just that biggest sort of elephant in the room. And we obviously sort of saw with the TikTok kerfuffle that no one really understands where it sort of is right now. How much is that dynamic, the U.S. relationship with China, going to play into these 2021 conversations? We'll start with you, Tiffany.
Well, I'm hopeful that we could move to a trade policy as opposed to a tariff policy in how we engage with China, that we engage our allies much more. We were huge advocates of TPP. That would have created some opportunity to kind of look at our relationship with China with the support of our allies. It would be an opportunity to re-engage there. But kind of these Section 301 tariffs have been devastating for a number of our small companies. Again, larger companies they're still having challenges because but it's the small businesses and startups. There are countless number of our companies who told us, between tariffs and then kind of the current pandemic, they can't stay open. So we need to realize, and again, hopefully we can have a thoughtful conversation of who actually pays tariffs. And it's certainly not the Chinese, the American consumer and companies. And so, again, being able to have a rational conversation about policy. There's still a Democratic administration that would be coming in, but there are some opportunities, particularly when it comes to TPP, bilateral agreements, allies. Than we have before the tariffs.
What's your perspective, Ashley?
I'm thinking that Joe Biden is certainly going to be tough on China. Like everything we know about him is that he's no dove on China relations. But the problem with how the Trump administration has handled things, obviously Trump was very, very bullish on China, but he handled everything so sporadically and so kind of just instinctively and how he felt like handling it at the moment, that just the general relations with how we deal with China just got kind of blown up. Like under a Biden administration, we might have seen the same process play out with CFIUS with TikTok. But the fact that there was a random executive order and all these court cases back and forth about whether TikTok could keep functioning in the US while CFIUS is still working out its deal, that's not something we would see in a new administration. Like I expect that CFIUS will still be looking at a number of tech cases, and that Chinese ownership of American apps will definitely still fall under scrutiny. But you possibly wouldn't have this overly politicized nature of how it's carried out and how it's handled, the way Oracle got involved, the way it was sort of like a contest of Microsoft, Oracle, and who's doing more favors for Trump. And it's just, it came off as a lot of impropriety. And I don't know if we would necessarily have that same exact process play out, even if the Biden administration is still really tough on China. And I am still extremely curious as to what's going to happen with TikTok, because that has not worked out yet. So we'll see.
Yeah. So, oh, sorry, Tiffany, please.
And I think more than anything, I mean, and this is not specific to the tech industry, but the business industry, the business community, we want predictability. Like, we want to understand kind of what the rules of the road are, and we'll follow them. But kind of this, really having a clear idea kind of on tariffs, on executive orders, and kind of what's next. That's had a chilling effect.
So actually, I sort of hijacked your panel, so I'll leave you with.
No, it's okay. I'm glad I didn't have to ask all the questions.
So I'll leave you with the last question. These last 4 minutes here.
Sure. I want to ask Tiffany, what is your biggest goal for CTA? Tell me one goal that you think is attainable and one that would be a reach.
Well, our goal is always to just engage with those who want to engage with us to advance good technology policy. We're not going to always agree, but I think particularly in areas of workforce, high-skilled immigration, trade policy, there are some great opportunities to work together. And in some situations, maybe a divided government is helpful to get to some of those solutions. And so, we would just want to engage with individuals within the new administration and be helpful in getting to kind of our mutual goals to make sure that the U.S. remains, the leader in innovation, and that, that we're partnering in opportunities that make sense to maintain that leadership with government.
What is something you would absolutely love to see for the technology industry and government that is more of a distant goal?
Overall, I would like the temperature to come down in the rhetoric. It's really hard to engage with someone on the other side of the table that's more interested in an issue and speaking past you instead of actually speaking to you to get towards the solution. So the greater goal is to really, talk about solutions and not just talk about issues that help someone get through the next election or the next week.
And when tech did start getting highly politicized and the rhetoric started getting really hot, did that surprise you? As someone who's worked in tech for a long time, did you expect that this could happen at some point, or did it take you by surprise?
I don't think it took me by surprise, but the thing that was probably the most disheartening is, policy officials who knew better and who would tell you in private conversation, oh, it's just for the election. But then they started to realize. And it's really hard when, again, true believers are probably easier to engage than folks who know better, but it makes political sense. And that's probably the part that's been the most disheartening. And so with the election hopefully being over soon, we could get to some kind of real conversations about how we kind of advance our country and recognize, particularly with the pandemic, the positive role technology has played. If you look at remote work, digital health, education, remote education, we couldn't have gone through this 20 years ago. We wouldn't be able to do this panel right now. We wouldn't be able to work remotely. People's kids wouldn't be able to get educated, and folks wouldn't be able to get the healthcare they need without the benefit of technology. And so we need to, obviously we have our challenges, but let's not forget the incredible role that the tech industry is playing now and overall.
You're just lucky that we're running out of time, and I didn't ask you to name names on lawmakers that know better, but we're railing against tech for political reasons. Great. Well, thank you so much. Sad that Kumar could not join us, but hopefully we can catch up with him more soon, because I definitely want his perspective on the future of OSTP and how it could change under a new administration. And look forward to keeping in touch with you.
All right. Thanks, Ashley. And thanks to Lincoln.
Thank you.
Bye.
Sure.
Yeah. Although I've also heard rumors he wants to stay in a Biden administration. So
Interesting.
I think we're live.
Well, thank you all for joining us this afternoon. My name is Dan Lips. I'm the Director of Cyber and National Security at the Lincoln Network. I'm thrilled to be hosting our next panel on the future of cybersecurity with Eli Sugarman from the Hewlett Foundation. Eli is the Director of the Cyber Initiative at the William Flora Hewlett Foundation, where he leads a 10-year, $130 million grant-making effort that aims to build a more robust cybersecurity field and to improve policymaking. As we were just talking backstage, Eli, this is a great time to be having this panel because we're about to turn the corner, it seems, on a contentious election that many folks have been worried about in the cybersecurity community over the past 4 years. I recall back in 2016 when DHS Secretary Jay Johnson made the call out to the states and others warning about election interference. It was really a new issue in the cybersecurity community. But over the past 4 years, we've seen a lot of work being done, and it seems, knock on wood, that we've avoided some of the worst case scenarios of a nation state interfering with the election, understanding that there's some challenges ongoing related to misinformation. I was hoping to get your view, given your perspective in the cyber philanthropy community, and what lessons can we learn about this national bipartisan intergovernmental effort that's continued under the leadership of people like Chris Krebs at the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, and in the private sector with groups that you support and others. At Lincoln, we've been trying to contribute to the work to enhance the integrity of the election system. What do you think? What lessons can we learn from this pretty successful effort?
Yeah, no, thanks, Dan, for having me, and thanks to Lincoln for this opportunity. It is a timely opportunity to have this conversation. I think we've come a long way, right? If you remember some of the contentious, perhaps less than empirically driven conversations about election hacking in Georgia a few years ago, and look at what's happening in Georgia right now. Votes are being counted, democracy's working, and I think it's representative of what's happening across the country, that it's really important to see how well the election has been run and administered, and all of the volunteers and elections officials doing really hard work under very hard circumstances, a pandemic, a bit of loss of faith in our democracy, and they all deserve a ton of credit. And it's really important and impressive to see the peaceful counting of votes leading to an outcome that we're still waiting for to some degree. And I think a lot of our grantees, a lot of the civil society groups working in our cyber initiative and our democracy program at the foundation have contributed to that. And I think there's no shortage of praise that civil society, government, and local officials really deserve, all working hand in hand, as well as the platforms. And I think you do sort of highlight a really a good point, that it's the U.S. government's approach has really evolved, and Chris Krebs deserves credit. His colleagues at CISA, Matt Masterson, and the like have really picked up where the Obama administration, finished, where Jay Johnson, Suzanne Spalding, and others left off, and have really turned that into a premier agency that really sets a nice tone, being bipartisan, being collaborative, being open, working with companies, with local officials, building trust. And it really all boils down to trust, because people need to know that there's a part of the US government who will help keep them safe and defend them. And in cyberspace, that hasn't always been the case. And so it's really nice to see how CISA has grown and matured and recruited talent, and really embraced really impressive efforts like the Election Integrity Partnership that Stanford, University of Washington, several others throughout civil society, Graphica, and others have really contributed to really monitor and keep their eye on what's happening around this election, and try to, beat back all those unfortunate rumors and all of the conspiracy theories. DHS is a great website trying to counter that disinformation. And I think it's nice to see that lessons were learned, and that this election, I think, far exceeded everybody's expectations about how well it was run. I think certain people will like the outcome and some won't, but I think as far as how it was administered, a lot of people deserve a lot of credit. And beyond Chris Krebs, I do think the NSA under General Nakasone and Ann Neuberger and their new Directorate of Cybersecurity deserve a lot of praise too, for sort of being more transparent and open and engaging. And that's really what it takes. It's reaching out, it's building trust. And I think we've come a long way since 2016.
If you were Director Krebs or the next director of CISA, what would you be looking to build upon this effort to help address other areas of critical infrastructure? It seems like there's a lot of goodwill that's been developed, and there's other sectors of the economy that are probably where the election security world was 4 years ago. What do you think?
Yeah, so I think there are definitely lessons that can be applied. I think there are also big differences between elections and the infrastructure there and others, in that elections are run sporadically. usually on really old antiquated tech. I mean, obviously other critical infrastructure also runs on antiquated tech, but the whole economy behind that and the incentives for investment and everything are somewhat different because there isn't actually money that comes in, right? There's, except for the vendors who are typically selling like pretty bad, software and hardware, there isn't like a robust market there making a lot of money. So it's I think it's different from that perspective. But I think what we have learned is that we need to communicate better. We need to communicate more clearly. We need to be open about what the risks are, and also be open about like when there's fear mongering and people are sort of exaggerating those risks. And so if you think back to what people have been talking about with the grid and sort of a cyber 9/12 and a cyber Pearl Harbor and all of these sort of exaggerated things that have not happened, we also need to be clear-eyed about what the real risks are. And I think what we need more things like, if you take a look at the recent HBO documentary, The Perfect Weapon, which was the adaptation of David Singer's book, we need ways like that to really connect with just average internet users and consumers, to demystify this stuff, to take the magic and hocus pocus out of it and anchor it to understand like, oh, I understand how a hospital could be targeted and what that means to me. And if I'm a voter, if I have other ways that I'm getting involved, what are the real things that I care about and I want my leaders to care about? And so I think there's a public education and awareness that's happened a bit with elections that still in the other critical infrastructure space is lacking. I also think, to be honest with you, what you've seen with elections is it's a mix of regulation and it's a mix of markets. And we need some of that in critical infrastructure too, where these are regulated markets and there's a reason for that because people rely upon them. There's harm that could come from people if they don't work properly. And I do think we're gonna have to look at some of those recommendations from the Solarian Commission, some of the recommendations from the commission under President Obama that still haven't really been embraced to really help nudge some of those critical infrastructure to sort of do better and to be more secure and more cyber resilient.
One of the issues that we think about at the Lincoln Network is how institutions relate to governance. A focus of our work has been strengthening Congress and the legislative branch, thanks in part to the Hewlett Foundation's Madison Initiative and your generous support. When it comes to cybersecurity, one of the conventional views of people on Capitol Hill and in the think tank community is that we really have don't necessarily have the institutions, the capacity, the workforce, and the expertise that we need to tackle these big challenging issues. I was hoping to get your thoughts on the state of cybersecurity, state capacity, and our ability of our institutions to confront these challenges. We haven't seen a cyber 9/11, but we've seen increasing attacks against school systems through ransomware, hospitals, and of course the private sector and the ongoing economic espionage. Where do we stand as a nation in terms of our capacity to address these threats?
I think at the state and local level, we're improving, but we're not where we need to be. I mean, if you think about it, the most expert, well-resourced parts of the U.S. government can't secure themselves.
Sure.
I mean, shadow brokers, Vault 7, I mean, literally the most sensitive hacking capabilities of the US government were pilfered and leaked. And obviously that was presumably by like really, really highly resourced nation state adversaries, but still, if the US government can't keep itself secure, it stands to reason that smaller states and localities with less resources and less expertise are going to do much worse. And that's the case, right? So I think you have a couple things going on. One is that state and local jurisdictions are both a source of policy, law, and regulation, right? Given our federal system, there are certain things that they can't regulate. California's new work on privacy standards and having a data privacy authority and things like that are quite unique and data breach notifications. And so it's interesting because states are learning and promulgating new rules to try to keep their citizens safe. But at the same time, they're also, as you pointed out, the victim of attack. And so I do think you see a difference in capability across states, right? Some states have capable state level chief information security officers, CISOs, like the state of California or New York or what have you. But then you have some smaller states that just don't have as much expertise. But the neat thing is that you're seeing a lot of innovation, and you actually are. You're seeing a lot of states call on their National Guard, creating new state guard and interesting groups to pull expertise from the private sector in to help defend the state, to defend hospitals, critical infrastructure at the state and local level, mass transit, schools, all those things you mentioned. And some of the states doing the most impressive work may not be those that would immediately come to mind. But I mean, Ohio's doing really interesting work. Michigan is. It's really an interesting smattering. Washington State. If you want to read more about that, my colleague Monica Ruiz has written about some of those efforts in lawfare and elsewhere. And it's really interesting to see You also see city CISOs sort of coming together, collaborating, sharing information, lessons learned. And you're also seeing universities like Indiana University. Indiana Bloomington has a great cybersecurity clinic where they actually work with state and local government and small and medium-sized enterprises to help defend them, investigate attacks, help them put in place better cybersecurity. So I guess what I'm getting at is you can get an all of society approach at the state and local level, and you just have to get more creative to find the expertise that you need to sort of defend, because ransomware is lucrative and it's really easy to find a hole in a hospital, for instance, which really then impacts people's, care. And so I think you're seeing, again, a slight evolution, but we're still not where we need to be. There's still a lot of work to be done.
In terms of what can be done from a public policy perspective or from a philanthropic perspective, are there gaps you'd like to see closed or initiatives you'd point us to?
Yeah, so I think there are always gaps. So I think one is that we're firm believers that government and the private sector cannot solve these cybersecurity challenges alone. Like that's been clear for years. You need private citizens, high net worth individuals, philanthropists to step up, whether it's the Hewlett Foundation, whether it's internet pioneers like Craig Newmark, really supporting some of these efforts. And so you do have state and local, foundations in the state of Colorado, for instance, supporting their cybersecurity center that Senator-elect Hickenlooper, former Governor Hickenlooper, got started. And so one to say is that family foundations, community foundations, there's a role for them. I think there's also really a role for schools and universities to educate and to train and to work on that talent pipeline, because we always talk about how we need more people, but there's demand, but where does the supply come from? And I think one aspect of that supply is really making that pipeline more diverse and inclusive. And that's really what we're trying to do, is build a robust field of experts who can help different levels of government, different kinds of companies solve these problems. But we also need that talent to represent society that it's serving. And right now there are some pretty acute systemic barriers to people of color and others joining the field. And I think so one big gap is that talent pipeline and really breaking down the barriers. And I think universities have a key role to play there, because we need lawyers, we need business people. We don't just need technologists working on cyber. We need that multiple disciplines working in unison. And so I think there's some really fun room there to innovate. Just like Indiana University's lab, there's a clinic at UC Berkeley doing something similar. So just to say, public universities are helping to lead the way. So a lot more there where other schools could copy and adapt and innovate some more.
That's great. Let's turn to the outcome of the election. And while votes are still being counted, it's certainly looking like we're going to soon be talking about the incoming Biden administration. Wanted to get your thoughts on how a new Biden administration will take changes in cybersecurity. It's unclear what the Hill will look like, but it continues to look like the Senate may remain in Republican hands. If you're advising President Biden, and what are you hearing that they will be taking on potentially in cybersecurity policy?
Sure. So just to keep my lawyers happy, the Hewlett Foundation is a 501c3 public charity, and we don't lobby. But that I'm just teasing. But I do think it's interesting, because I think cybersecurity is not as partisan of an issue as many other issues that have come up in the election. It only became partisan because really the White House and the Russia investigation and denying that some of Russia's malicious activity really cast a partisan lens on some of it. But I do think that what you saw generally from the Trump administration, from Director Krebs and others, was a continuation of many Obama policies. And I think that a Biden administration will largely be very much continuing a lot of those same policies. If you look at the Solarium Commission, a lot of those recommendations build directly off the recommendations from the committee that the commission that President Obama launched that Tom Donilon helped lead. And so just to say that, I think there will be a lot of continuity. I think the differences will be meaningfully different in tone and messaging, right? Like there will be consistency, there will be a strategy. It will not be localized to Biden's whims and what he's hearing from certain news stations. There will be a cohesive, coherent strategy. I also think that we need to manage expectations here, because I would assume that the priorities of the administration will be getting the economy back on its feet and addressing the pandemic. There will not be a lot of political capital and room to focus on cyber for the first 2 years. I think one exception there could be the Solarium Commission, which has pretty strong bipartisan support on the Hill. And that could be one way to try to pursue some of the recommendations for, say, creation of a national cyber directorate or national cyber director. And that is one piece that will be different. I do think you'll see the Obama administration look at how do we empower the bureaucracy and senior appointed officials to work on these issues, as opposed to carving out roles and getting rid of them at the NSC or elsewhere, or or sort of politicizing the intelligence community, some of the things that undermined the bureaucracy's ability to manage these threats, I think you'll see the reverse. I also think on international cyber policy, you'll see a meaningful difference. China, I think, just like the previous panel discussed quite expertly, I do think the rhetoric on China is generally here to stay. I think some of the more aggressive policies are probably here to stay, but what you'll see is consistency. It won't be a willy-nilly approach to China based on, again, the president's whims or whether he likes one company or not. It'll be consistent as to say, like, what is China? Is it an adversary? If so, okay, then what are the strategic imperatives? Same with Russia, same with others. And I think, what you'll see in terms of regulation versus private sector engagement, I think you'll see a bit of both, right? I think it'll depend on the issue. And I don't think it's going to be sort of like an overly regulatory and an overly laissez-faire approach. Again, it'll be a hybrid continuation of what we saw previously. But I do think it will be nice to go back to a cyber conversation that is very bipartisan and inclusive and not as politicized as it had become a little bit.
You mentioned on the regulatory side, part of my thinking goes back to the Obama administration and their approach to cybersecurity. And a question I have is, if and when the Biden administration begins to look at new legislation, are we going to see something more like what we saw in 2011 and 2012 when Obama pursued a more dramatically more regulatory approach, or more of the continuation of the public-private partnership model of the executive order of 2013?
Yeah.
And it strikes me, I was on the Hill at the time, there was a lot of bipartisan cooperation that ended around 2014, 15, 16.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I think it's hard to know, right? Like I'm reading the tea leaves, steps removed, as are we are all. Sure. I think the easy, clear answer is there will definitely be robust public-private partnership, right? Like there's no reason to stop that. CISA has really ramped that up. The NSA is getting better at it. State and local authorities are getting better at it. I think the question is, you're right. Like, what, if any, regulatory or more government-forward approaches will there be? And I think it's too early to tell. I think partially it depends on what's the composition of the cabinet, what's the composition of Congress. I mean, I think a lot of the Senate's going to turn on Georgia, it seems, which is interesting.
Sure.
But I think it really does different, right? Because I could imagine, depending on what the personality is of the Secretary of Commerce, Treasury, State, otherwise, like I think you could see meaningfully different approaches. And so it's a little bit of like, which camp, if you're of the view that there are still like a Bernie camp or a Hillary camp or whatever the case may be within a Biden administration, how uniform are those views or how different are they? And again, like, it's not totally clear to me, but I really don't think in the first 2 years you're going to see a lot of appetite for legislation on this, again, unless it really comes from the Hill, because I think the administration is going to be fighting tooth and nail just to get some really urgent things done that most Americans are clamoring for, and cyber is going to have to sort of wait its turn in line.
One last question about the potential Biden administration. Do you think we'll see a dialing back or a continuation of the deterrence policy of the Trump administration?
So this is like one of these things that's like fascinating, right, about the cyber community, that it's like, we still don't actually know what the Trump administration changed from because like there's been no transparency, right? Like they reportedly revoked a PDD to give a cyber command and DOD more free reign to sort of engage in offensive cyber operations. And they kept promising to declassify portions of the new order or whatever, and like never ended up doing any of that. And so this is all speculation based upon basically a not like sourced reporting. And so like, it's really hard to tell because I would argue we don't actually know what's different now. I think we're just relying on people sort of in the know hinting at things. And so I think the corollary to that is it's really hard to know if let's assume for the sake of argument, Cyber Command has been persistently engaged and defending forward and all of that, to what impact? And again, like we don't know since it's so highly classified, which some of it should be, some of it shouldn't be. So it's really hard to assess it, right? So I think what you'll see is, there'll be a look at that, right? Like those folks with clearance in the White House will take a look at it and say, like, are all the equities from all of our different policies being taken into account? And if they're not, well, we may need to make sure that certain people have a seat at the table who don't right now. I don't think you're going to see them like locking it down as aggressively as perhaps the Obama administration did with as many levels of review and all that. But so you may see a hybrid. But again, like I think the starting place, if somebody wanted to advise the Biden campaign or the administration, which I'm not doing, of course. I think it's reasonable to say that like transparency is important here, because we can't have an informed conversation if we don't actually know what's going on. And so I think one place to start is to think about, like, just like Michael Daniel wrote a detailed blog post about many of these things, that would be a great way for the Biden administration to start. It's like, let's talk about what the current policy actually is and how we're thinking about it, while keeping the classified stuff classified. We can still sort of tell you more so that we can have a smart conversation about this. Because I think there are some really good things to talk about there, but it's just a little unclear to me. But I think for the time being, people seem to trust Nakasone, think very highly of him, think very highly of his team around him. Politico, Garrett Graff wrote a great piece about him that really explains a lot of why he's built up that trust and respect. And so I think that gets him pretty far and gives him a bit more leeway than perhaps others would have in a similar position in a transition.
On this point about personnel, it strikes me that being atop the list of the new administration will be trying to get the right people into the right positions. Do you think that we'll see a return of the cyber coordinator in the White House? That's been a contentious issue.
Yeah. I mean, I would assume you're going to see a more senior role in the White House. I don't know what it would be. I think that like there will be some people pushing for the creation of something even more senior, like the National Cyber Director, as advocated for by the Solarium Commission. I think the easier, quicker thing is, you put in a senior person at the NSC, a la Michael Daniels' role, or something, you call it, or, it's the old Lisa Monaco role that also has cyber in the name. Like, there are different ways to do that, but I think the way that cyber was pushed down in the Trump NSC to like a senior director level, like those days are long past. This is way too important of an issue area for it to sort of reside at that level. So they may do an interim thing. I think it'll be really interesting, right? And they may think about a broader reorg, right? Because CISA still is not fully as empowered as, say, the NCSC is in the UK. And so I can imagine ways where you want to more fundamentally rethink how US is organizationally set up to manage cyber. But again, I don't think those broader things are at all doable, probably in a first term, just because like the bandwidth and the appetite to do that, I don't think is going to be there. So like if Congress supports the National Cyber Directorate, my guess is like that'll be embraced by the White House. Yeah. If there's a lot of angst on the Hill, like again, they're not going to use their political capital on that. They'll create a Michael Daniel type role, and like that'll be good enough.
You raise a great question about CISA. It seems to me that agency has a lot of responsibilities beyond cyber. They're working on school shootings. They're working on chemical facilities. People forget about that, but they have a whole laundry list of tasks. So a great question.
The I in CISA keeps Chris Krebs very busy as well.
Of course, yeah. It's often overlooked. I had one last topic to discuss, and wanted to invite our guests today to ask questions. But before turning to our questions, I wanted to ask you to talk about one of the projects that you've led, which is updating the cyber visuals, the imagery that we all see in the cybersecurity articles that we read. I was tempted to put on a hoodie and turn down the lights because we're all familiar with the hacker ominously looking at their laptop. Can you talk about that
sure.
effort that you led and how that fits into your approach? As you do so, I'm going to take over the screen and show some pictures.
Sounds good. Please do. Yeah, so this is one of my favorite projects that we've done, which may sound a little silly at first, but I think is actually very substantive, which is one of the challenges with cyber policy and cybersecurity is just explaining it to people and making it intelligible. These people constantly hear this sort of fear-based narrative, and it makes them feel powerless, right? It's like the hackers are coming for me, the Russians are coming for me, whatever. And it doesn't actually let them know what they should do to actually stay safe, and that they can actually, be in more control than they are. And that goes to the immaturity of the field, right? It's like it's a newer field, the policy debate's immature. Think about how far the climate change debate has come, or even how public health communicates during a pandemic. When you listen to it, it's come a long way, right? And you need a visual language to be able to show pictures to really make it resonate and for people to really get it. And so we realized one of the obstacles to sort of having a more mature, sophisticated conversation about these issues is like, we can't show pictures of it. Like ones and zeros, what do they mean? Disembodied, like head, like in front of a computer screen, a server rack, a hacker in a hoodie, again, like doesn't actually explain how our core values, our intention, and these digital technologies bring that to the fore. And it's really important to think this stuff through. And so we funded a global contest to get artists really energized, because like, I'm not creative in the sense of being able to be a graphic artist. And so we ran a global contest with entrants from all around the world and created this website to host the best images. And we want people to use them. They're openly licensed. Lincoln can use them. Anybody can use them so long as you attribute it to the artist. And the whole idea here is to show we can get more creative and connect with people and tell better stories. And that's really important if we want to do better on cyber. And so some of the images I think are really cool. And I'm glad that you're willing to put some of them up.
Yeah, I like this one on the China arms race. I think this is an interesting way to show this. The looking through them, I enjoyed this one on encryption, showing all better than the hoodie hacker.
Yeah.
Let's turn to some questions. Do we overclassify information about technical systems security? From Matt.
I guess so. Like, without knowing more exactly what you're getting at, it's hard for me to say. I guess what I would say at a high level is, because a lot of the US's most advanced technical capabilities in cyber come from the intelligence community, they're cloaked in secrecy. And there's a cultural aversion to being transparent and open that exists for a very good reason. In the post-Snowden era, though, like, that doesn't work. Like, citizens of a democracy demand and deserve to know more what its government is doing in its name, especially when those activities really involve, harm and geopolitical competition. And so I'm of the view that what Admiral Rogers started, what General Nakasone has continued, needs to be ramped up further, which is you need to talk more, you need to show more, you need to be more open so that scholars and citizens can really dive into these issues. And one sort of example to go to, like, technical knowledge is, if we can talk about how the US should or should not deploy nuclear weapons and what capabilities it needs without having a Q clearance, which is like to understand how nuclear weapons operate. Like, you do not need anything close to that clearance to actually have an informed debate on those topics. The same could be said for certain cyber capabilities. And I think like, I hate nuclear analogies in cyber because they're really bad, but the overclassification here is an impediment to having a real conversation and having good academic study, research by think tanks and the like. So we do need to do better. And part of that is technical knowledge, yeah.
On that issue of engaging with different communities and sharing information, we're coming up on 5 years of the Information Sharing Bill of 2015. As we're winding down, any thoughts on, for a long time, that was viewed as the solution. Yeah. What do you think?
I mean, information sharing is clearly critical, but like, there's a reason why it's not in and of itself enough, right? Because either the way it's set up doesn't work because the government won't or doesn't share good, useful, timely information. There isn't trust, which is why the private sector and others won't share back. Medium and small enterprises have no capacity to absorb any of that information and share it. So it's like, you're a small or medium-sized company, you're even a medium-sized bank. What do you have? One security guy, maybe two. What are they supposed to, like? So again, like, I just think that paradigm, like, at a high level, it works for sophisticated consumers. It doesn't, because enterprises, like, if you're a major bank, you're Google, like, as you work your way down to even smaller critical infrastructure, it breaks down. And so you have to find a way to make it work. And I think a lot of it goes back to, trust and incentives. And if you're not incentivized to act on the information that you're given and invest and hold yourself accountable, then, like, it's like, great, you have this information and you can't actually use it and you don't make use of it. So I think it's great to continue to make progress in information sharing, but it's definitely not the panacea that someone hoped.
I agree. We're almost out of time, so I want to close by thanking you, Eli, for sharing your time and expertise with us, and give you a chance to offer any final comments.
No, just thanks again. I think what Lincoln is doing is really important here, and I think the more we talk about these issues, the more we try to bridge the technical communities, the tech community, the policymaking communities in DC, around the country, we all benefit. And I think it's clear from this election that part of why this election, the elections administrators, the local officials, like, they did a really good job, in part because they had support from and partnership with technical folks and companies and everybody coming together. And regardless of one's political views and how one voted, just supporting that safe election and putting up defenses and safeguards to foreign interference, I think, is critical. And I think we as a country clearly have a lot to work with on domestic misinformation and domestic challenges, but really just to give everybody who worked so hard and had so many sleepless nights, like, they deserve the praise. And I think everybody should give them a round of applause in one way or another this week, given how well everything went.
excellent closing remarks. Thank you so much for your time, Eli. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Okay, I think we are live. Hello, everybody who is out there. It's very happy for me to have this panel. It's session number 4. Is there a political realignment on tech? Joining me is Ian Adams. He's the executive director of the International Center for Law and Economics, and my friend Rachel Bovar. She's senior director of policy at the Conservative Partnership Institute. It's good to see you guys. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. It's good to be here. Although I don't know where Rachel went.
Yeah, I'm not okay.
Am I back?
Okay,
You're back.
She's back. So, just to be clear, that is Rachel Bovard, senior director of policy at the Conservative. In case you couldn't distinguish among people who are up here on the screen. So, the title of this thing here, we don't have that much time, only about 40 minutes now so far. Is there a political realignment on tech? Now, look, I mean, given the environment that we're in, given literally we're basically getting results of the presidential election, I just want to start off with very general thoughts from both of you of immediate reactions to this news. Joe Biden basically pulling ahead, barring anything super crazy, very likely to be the next president of the United States. How do you think that that's going to affect this realignment on technology and the debates in tech policy? Ian, let's start with you, and Rachel, then I'll get your thoughts.
Sure. Happy to do it. And thank you both for being here. And thanks for the folks at Lincoln for hosting this. Some of the best conversations going on right now are happening as a result of the people at Lincoln. So thank you. In terms of the breaking news that we're hearing, oh my gosh, I mean, how many times can one update and refresh Twitter? I don't know. But I think what the Biden administration portends is probably, especially with the Republican Senate, though we'll see, is the status quo. It's staying the course. It's not a great deal of reform, though lots of talk about reform. So, I mean, I come away thinking that for the next 2 years, because of the rigid bipartisanship we've seen in Washington, D.C., when we last had divided government, that we're going to see very much the same.
Rachel, what do you think?
Well, I think Ian's right. I mean, all of this so far has been a lot of talk and less action. I think the most action we've seen on this front has been from the Trump Department of Justice and the lawsuit they filed against Google, the antitrust lawsuit. And so I think on two fronts, I'm curious how the Biden administration would handle this. The lawsuit itself, right? I look back to the Obama-Biden administration coming up against a similar emphasis through the FTC. The FTC investigated Google, prior, they ended up not filing a suit, but they did create a very significant staff recommendation that said, look, there are problems here. And the FTC decided not to pursue an antitrust investigation into Google. A lot of that may have been Google's influence, who knows? But I'm curious if Biden will follow that same tact. And then I think there's also the influence of potential Vice President Kamala Harris, who is notoriously very friendly to the big tech companies. So I don't know what her influence on this will be as well.
So this is my interesting question to you both, which is I know, I'm coming at this from a right perspective. Rachel, I know you are as well. The question to me, though, is that there's also this left critique of tech, right? Is it's Facebook's fault that they didn't censor enough and therefore Trump was elected in 2016. Rachel, do you think that that's going to go anywhere under Biden? I don't even really know what that looks like from a policy space, but what do you think about that?
Well, this has always been kind of the right-left divide, particularly when it comes to Section 230 reform. The left and the right have different approaches. The left says if there is misinformation and bad speech, it should be stopped. It should be censored. It should not appear on the platform. And the right says, well, the answer to bad speech is more speech. And so for a long time, I think the right had this view that allowing Democrats to have any say in Section 230 reform was so dangerous because it would result in, all kinds of censorship and content moderation that we can't even do it.
Right.
Increasingly, people on the right are saying, no, there is a way to do this that protects speech, that allows speech to flourish, but it is going to be very difficult. But I think increasingly the right is recognizing that that's a step they need to take because, as we've seen in this election, a lot of Rubicons have been crossed with social media platforms and Republicans.
We're about to get to that. Ian, what do you think, though, about my point about how that kind of left critique of Facebook? The Facebook and Google are the ones who got Donald Trump elected because they allowed misinformation rampant. How do you think that will manifest itself?
I mean, I think there's going to be a great deal of attention paid to it. For anyone who follows law professor Twitter right now, there's this chorus about there being a the media and social media platforms being complicit in a coup attempt by the Trump administration, and so you have to think that that's going to follow. That narrative is going to follow the Biden administration into office. There's going to be certainly congressional Democrats very interested in seeing action taken, and I think Rachel's characterization is correct. They're going to want to be quite prescriptive in the way they go about trying to prevent this sort of thing from happening again. The question is, what sort of alliance will conservatives be able to make with those liberals in a way that, I don't know, we'll see. You know, if more speech is generally the answer, the future development in this space could end up prescribing conservative speech unless it's very, very narrowly tailored.
Yeah, I find this question really the most interesting one above all. But let's return to something that Rachel said. You know, basically, regardless of whatever happens here, tech obviously played a massive role in this election. I mean, from the advertising dollars, I think it was record amount of advertising that was spent on Facebook and social media ads in terms of political advertising, but also in terms of the explicit editorial content moderation standards that were kind of conjured up in thin air, from the New York Post story to the labeling of the president's Twitter account, and not just the president, I mean, anybody on Twitter that's been there in the last couple of days. I'm not sure that can be put quite back in the bottle. Ian, let me get your reaction to this. I saw a staffer for Senator Rand Paul, or formerly staffer, Doug Stafford, he's an avowed libertarian, say, look, I've been defending you guys for a long time, but if you're going to do this outright, then you guys should probably re-regulate it. I mean, has the dam broken, Ian? And if you were to, what would you say to somebody like Doug, who probably sympathizes with a lot of what you said, but is now, starting to drift away?
I mean, I would say that the devil is in the details. Doing so in such a way that is both ideologically consistent and practically not going to undermine the diversity of speech that we've come to appreciate and rely upon in this country, I think is going to be really very problematic. And so the dam may have broken in terms of desire among conservatives and some libertarians, as you point out, to take action here. I just remain skeptical that there is an ideologically consistent way of moving forward on that. Of course, Rachel, I know you have different thoughts in this vein, so would love to hear more of your thoughts on how to get it done.
Well, speaking of former RAND staffers who have opinions on this, what do you think, Rachel?
Well, I think, Doug's sort of comment says it all, in the sense that the state that we're in with tech right now, from a policy perspective, is the most remarkably self-inflicted place I've ever seen an industry take itself. I mean, we are here because of the excessive content moderation of these platforms in one ideological direction. Tech has single-handedly brought some libertarians and conservatives around to this space. Now, I would agree with Ian that, it's very difficult to manage Section 230, and perhaps it is maybe the most inelegant way to get at some of these concerns, but it's not the only thing. And it's not the only way to approach this problem. Section 230 is one policy reform, but there are many others. Antitrust enforcement, I've said a lot of in many areas that some of the speech concerns I actually see as downstream from antitrust. I don't have a problem with content moderation. I have a problem with content moderation when it's ideologically done at a massive scale, and it's done for 90% of the world. That actually has consequences. But were these companies to have a smaller user base, I think that maybe you'd solve some of these problems. But then you also have things like interoperability, data portability. All these things, I think, are arenas that could start to touch at some of these concerns in a way that maybe Section 230, because there are, it's a very, very fine line you have to walk to make sure speech still flourishes. Maybe some of these other areas should be looked at as well.
I think that's an interesting point. Ian, I'd like for you to engage with that, not just specifically on Section 230, but on the idea of using regulatory power itself and viewing censorship and concerns of conservatives as downstream from bigness itself. I know this is a legal concept I'm sure you're familiar with. What do you think?
I tend not to be all that concerned about bigness unto itself. I don't tend to think that concentrations of power in private hands are intrinsically problematic. Power as order that can resist disorder also resists rapid government change that can be used to harm the liberty of individuals. And so what we're seeing here is frustration about the content moderation practices of these very large firms that have a very large footprint and have a great deal of influence. I just don't know the standard that we're seeking that can continue to provide the sort of liberty that we've come to expect. And I would say, insofar as these questions about moderation are downstream from antitrust, I think we have to have that conversation in the context of the larger economy and think about, what are we trying to do here? What problem are we actually trying to address? Is it one that the law as it currently exists is well tailored to address? Because if at the end of the day, antitrust exists to improve consumer welfare, I'm not sure that trying to tailor it to help competitors is really the goal. The goal is to promote consumer welfare in the interests of liberty. And so I'm skeptical of a lot of the reforms that have been suggested as part of the House Judiciary Committee's report, and the Third Way report that was introduced by Congressman Buck as a result.
Rachel, let's get you in on this, because I think this is a decent point too, which is that, look, as the way our antitrust law is written and judicially been interpreted, I think Ian's kind of right. I think that you would probably, your objection would be is that, yeah, but the current, interpretation and the way that we look at it is wrong in itself. We should return to a more almost originalist view of antitrust. What do you think of that?
Well, I think our antitrust laws actually account for the innovation in this space. You're right. Like our judicial interpretation has been such that the only thing that matters for antitrust should be, consumer prices and inputs and outputs. And that worked for the steel industry, but we don't live in an economy dominated by the steel industry anymore. We live in a big tech economy that has to account for innovation in this space. And that's kind of, if you read the DOJ's suit, that's the direction they're going. And the suit's very narrowly tailored in that regard. It is going after the network of exclusionary contracts that Google uses to crush its competition, and sort of the bundling that it uses as well, which is based on the Microsoft case, very clearly illegal under Section 2 of the Sherman Act. So I do think our antitrust laws are prepared to deal with Google, to deal with big tech. It's just a matter of putting, basically the legal community putting their back into it. I don't think we need to rewrite our antitrust laws. I think they're very well equipped to deal with this. And again, look, I get accused all the time of wanting to change content moderation in private companies. That's not it at all. But I do want a robust competition in this space. And why isn't that happening? And I think it's incumbent upon policymakers to say, look, we want a free and fair market. We need to make sure that one exists and protect it when it does.
Let me throw something provocative to both of you, which is that what if there is no such thing as competition in a digital marketplace like search, or in a digital marketplace like Facebook, where network effects are literally part of the business and natural monopolies are actually just a result of what something looks like in an unlimited space with little, geographical margin, like the internet. In that type of environment, should we err on the side of non-regulation, since that's what allowed it to kind of spontaneously emerge in the first place? Or does then the discussion move, Rachel, from antitrust to nationalization? So, Rachel, I'll let you pause. Ian, I want you to react to what I said there first.
Sure, and of course we'll see what ultimately comes of the DOJ suit, whether or not their cause of action makes a whole lot of sense. I mean, at the end of the day, much of what Google gets up to with search in terms of putting Android out on the world and the defaults, that redounds to the benefit of its competition by expanding the scope of the platforms available for search alternatives to be out there. So I suppose what I would say is, I think that there's robust competition in this space. I think the fact that we've seen the flourishing of these large companies and the digital space in general is indicative of the fact that you have a great deal of competition. And so I think that moving toward a centralized approach whereby we're questioning the developments within the market and we're questioning the way in which these companies are investing is not going to help consumers. It's not going to help Americans, and it actually is just going to lead to a greater degree of control that is actually being advocated for by, Congressman Cicilline, Elizabeth Warren, all of those folks. The path leads exactly the same direction, even though we're talking about different reasons for getting there.
So, Rachel, before I get you in there, so Ian, are you rejecting my idea that there's a natural monopoly on the internet?
I am. Yeah, I don't believe that there's a natural monopoly on the internet.
Okay, so see, I think that's interesting. Rachel, what do you think of what I was talking about, that the natural monopoly idea? And if that was the case, would it change the way that you think?
I hope it's not the case. I don't want to go the nationalization route. I think it would be it would be a bad outcome. But and that's why I think policing this space is so incredibly important, because, and Ken Buck has made this point a number of times, you are going to get the Cicilline approach. You are going to get the Warren approach the longer we sit here and pretend nothing bad is happening on the internet, or that concentrations of power at this unprecedented scale cannot be a threat to liberty. Because I disagree with Ian. I think the government can be a threat to liberty. I think mega corporate power can be as well. And so that's why I'm so invested in sort of examining this space. But we are in a space that is almost, so you have practical questions like what we're talking about right now, practical policy questions. But I think, to your point, there's almost an existential question here too, because when you have companies that are this large, and if there is a natural monopoly of that scale, then you're actually kind of getting into questions because of the network effects that are social order questions. How do we want to engage with this type of power as a society? And that is a fundamental question for our self-government. It's not the question for corporations. It's not the question for CEOs. It's a question for Congress. And so that's why I think what Congress is doing in this space is so important, because it's incumbent upon us as people, as a democracy, to decide how we want to engage with these companies. The companies don't get to dictate it.
Mm-hmm. Ian, let me ask you this question, kind of in vein of what Rachel is posing. I mean, let's take Amazon, for example. 83% of American households, I think, have an Amazon Prime membership. That's more people than put up a Christmas tree. So it's almost that Amazon Prime is more American than apple pie. More Americans have Amazon Prime than voted probably in this election. I mean, that seems to me something that the American Congress or others at least should be interested in, considering that it's something that affects so many different American lives. This is a single corporation. Ian, under your legal framework and your ideological framework, I assume that would be rejected. Well, what's the case for when 83% of Americans are using a single product for not concerning yourself whatsoever with how that company runs its business?
Oh, I think the government is very concerned with how Amazon runs its business, and Amazon is subject to all kinds of sector-specific regulation. I think that ultimately a lot of what these conversations often lead to, once you get away from antitrust, because it doesn't necessarily fit, and again, Rachel, of course, we'll see how the DOJ suit works out, but if it's not a good fit, then we're going to start talking about sector-specific regulation. And so I would also add that Amazon, of course, there's all kinds of other competition as well for Amazon. So a lot of it has to do with how you define the market. And just because Prime is in 83% of households, that alone does not make Amazon a monopoly, of course. I would say that the alternative, like where we're going when we start talking about intervention based on the scope of the reach of a lot of these companies, kind of leads us in a direction of price controls and product design influence and access decisions. And these are all things that the government regulators, which will flip between partisan control, they'll all have something to say about that. And I think the last thing that consumers want is utility style of regulation for these companies. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think that they will hate to see the loss of innovation.
So, Rachel, let me first, I'd love to respond to my Amazon point, but Ian's analysis there seems predicated on consumers. Do you agree that we are consumers or are we users? Which way is the consumer relationship going in terms of at least some of the more free products like Google and Facebook, and largely just through distributed power and Congress? I mean, you used to be a or I don't know, I don't want to speak for you. I think you probably still have your libertarian principles. You, like I said, I referred to earlier, used to work for Senator Rand Paul. I mean, what swung you around ideologically to the point where you were willing to view private power as just as much of a threat to somebody's liberty as government power?
Well, I think because I don't like tyrannical power wherever it resides. Privacy, honestly, is what got me first interested in the tech debate. But I think this kind of goes to what you just said. Are we consumers or are we users? I would say in this space, we are both. And at the same time, we are also the product. And so all of that is sort of a new market that really hasn't never existed before, where we are consumers, users, and the product simultaneously. And we are, we have no sort of framework for how to deal with that from a policy perspective or from really a market perspective. And so that's why I think you're seeing so much debate in Congress right now, because we're trying to figure this thing out. And I think, Ian took it from zero to utility style regulation really fast. And I don't necessarily think that, going down that road automatically leads to utility style regulation. I hope it doesn't. But I do think we should be curious about this. Our data is being hawked all over the world by private companies who are accountable to no one. That was sort of my threshold gateway drug for getting into tech. And I kind of spiraled a little bit from there, because that, again, we don't have any rules of the road for that either. And as we learned from Edward Snowden's leaks, these companies were throwing open the back door to the government, and were doing it gladly until they got busted. So, there's a whole lot of areas that we can address on this tech issue, but the reality of it is, the big question of it is that we are in unprecedented space, I think, for dealing with this type of power, its scope, access, and all of these things. So that it's a multi-front approach, I think, to this question.
What do you think of the consumer user product debate, Ian? I think it's probably the most fascinating one, because it's not as easily injectable into any like ideological or legal frame.
Yeah, well, before I get to that, I just want to respond really quickly to Rachel's point about the risk of utility style regulation. And I suppose a lot of this is informed by some of our priors and where we've come from before. And so I used to work in state level politics in California. I worked in the state assembly there, and then I worked for an insurance trade association. And there in California, there is a essentially utility style approach to the regulation of insurance. And it's premised on the idea that, well, everyone needs auto insurance. There's an auto insurance mandate, and therefore we should control prices. Well, for the last 30 years, since Prop 103 passed out there, we have seen a total diminution in market dynamism. You're not even allowed to use telematics devices to track your miles. Who knows how this new, highly automated future is going to interact with that regulatory approach. So I suppose my concern is mostly based around the fact that California, in my experience, is just missing out on so many things because they went this direction for this very reason. That's a real concern for me. And along the lines of privacy, the reason I thought about that was because earlier this week, Prop 24 passed in California, which is the California Consumer Privacy Act Part 2, right? And there is a provision in there that says any amendment has to further the purpose of this initiative, and it is giving consumers nominally more power over what they do with their information. But what really bothers me about it is locking into statute fundamentally the preferences, the policy preferences of this moment, and it's making it really hard then for firms to innovate. So there's this challenging trade-off whereby when we move into the land of legislative and regulatory solutions, we take something away from the market, and I think that on balance that hurts liberty.
So let me press you a bit there, Ian. The logical end result of what you're saying seems to be that any regulation is bad. And to me, or not bad, but is always going to impinge upon markets. And to me, I mean, the bigger discussion is that it's also a result of trade-offs, as you referred to, which is, yes, there can be less market dynamism in favor of more privacy. And as a democracy, as a state, as voters, we get to figure that out. And I think by and large, people who vote for these things generally are aware of the trade-offs. What would your response to that be? Because it seems to me the logical, ideological result of where we kind of end up is status quo, which means better off for the current situation, which in my view seems empowering of these larger tech companies. What do you think?
I am skeptical by and large of expanding the regulatory power of the state and impinging upon people's liberty in the process. I am not, of course, an absolutist in that way. There has to be a nexus for there to be regulation. So, for instance, you don't want insurance companies going insolvent. There's a good example, right? So that was where we started to see regulation in that space. Likewise, I can understand why initially you started to see some concerns around consumer data protection. I get the inclination, but I'm not as certain as you are, Sagar, that consumers are totally aware when they vote for these things of what the trade-offs will be, just because it relies upon sort of an imagined future and understanding what they're going to miss out on. So I tend to think that voters discount the sort of innovation that they lose. That's not to say that there isn't a place for some regulation, but the fact is, I've always been part of a movement that celebrated innovation, celebrated Uber, celebrated new business models. And so it's really interesting to me, that we seem to be moving away from that, and the threshold question is one of like showing that you're not going to cause harm.
Sure. And Rachel, let's stick with Ian's point, because I still think it's excellent. Look, the United States of America has birthed the most innovative technology for the last, 60 years, and by and large has done it without much of a large regulatory framework. I mean, for all the way from physical consumer electronic products to the software platforms of the 1990s up until what we have, software as a service, like right now. And do we give up a lot by pursuing the kind of the regulatory track that you're discussing here? I mean, when we hear from the tech industry, they would say that, a repeal or a change to Section 230 would dramatically change their business. But more importantly, I think, is there are a lot of other companies out there which do rely on Yelp, for example, right? Which it has called itself also a victim of Google. Any comment section. I mean, I work over at the Hill with YouTube. I get Google-owned products, so there you go. But all we have a comment section, which, as I understand it, is subject to these things as well. So this is my question, which is that as somebody like you who is interested in liberty, I assume interested in market dynamism and in world competition, then how do you balance that with the priorities?
Well, the first thing I would say is that these companies already operate without Section 230 in other countries. So this sort of sky falling rhetoric, I just find distracting. But to your broader point, I think sometimes when we talk about sort of the regulations versus innovation, I think when it gets so ideological because it occurs in a vacuum. But the reality is these companies don't operate in a vacuum. People are very aware of the consequences of these companies already. And that's the question, right? How much are we willing to put up with sort of the network effects of these companies on all of the totality of our lives? And sort of that's what I think is driving a lot of the debate right now. I do think it's very important to protect the innovation in a robust economy. That I agree completely with Ian in the sense that that is what makes America sort of the business capital of the world, and we want to protect that. So a lot of members, I think, are focused on that by putting sort of size thresholds into the regulations or policies that they're thinking about doing. But I would also just make a distinction too between Congress making laws and bureaucracies regulating, because they're two kind of separate things. When our self-government acts on a policy question, that doesn't have to be regulatory. That is simply, sort of our democracy at work. That is, us deciding, our social consensus, making a decision about how we want to interact with people. That can lead to regulation, but it doesn't automatically have to. So I am far less black and white about this. I don't think that sort of regulation has to be heavy-handed or it's going to result in these companies crumbling or companies ceasing to exist. I think we can do it in a way that is light touch, cautious, but also protecting the best parts of America, which I think social media to a great part has also decimated to some extent.
Ian, I think an interesting point that people like Rachel will often make is the European one, which is, look, I mean, these companies do exist like with a pretty large and strong regulatory environment in the European Union. They seem to be doing just fine and still making tens of billions of dollars. What would your response to that be?
I would respond that while these companies exist in Europe, they don't operate in a way that benefits consumers as we enjoy the benefits here. I think the GDPR has been hugely problematic. Services that we can take for granted in the United States because of the way that the regulation is drafted, which is very purposive and very challenging to comply with, is actually harming the ability of not only those large companies to roll out interesting new products and to work for the benefit of their consumers.
Because I know I'm going to get a question on this. Can you explain what GDPR is?
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah. Well, it's Europe's version of privacy regulation, the General Data Protection Regulation. And so what that does is it creates standards around the way in which companies interact and process data. So that's GDPR. American companies have to comply with it. And I would say that large companies are better positioned to comply with it. If anything, these regulatory regimes actually redound frequently to the benefit of the large, sophisticated companies that are able to hire expensive law firms to stand up compliance regimes. So to the extent that we want to see regulation levied on these firms, it often works in their favor by creating moats around them in terms of competition. In terms of GDPR in particular, and this heavy-handed European approach, it also creates a great deal of uncertainty. So if you want to invest in new sorts of products, because of the way the regulation is drafted, you just don't know how European regulators are often going to interpret new things that you do. So that is a long way of saying Europe's approach takes all the dynamism out, and there's a reason that you don't see the same sort of European tech champions that you do see in the United States. It is exactly for that reason.
What do you think of
Can
that?
I just, well, I guess I would just say again, it's like 0 to utility style regulations, 0 to Europe. And I don't think, look, I think what Ian is saying is not wrong, right? Like if Europe is more sclerotic and slower and less supportive, I think, of innovation than we are. Thankfully, we don't have to go that way, right? But it's not necessarily a binary question of all or nothing, this or that. It's, Americans need to decide how they want to approach these companies. Americans are friendly to innovation. They're friendly to business. We want to maintain that. What we are trying to get at is massive concentrated control over, speech, over market access, over election integrity, over, child data privacy, all these things that people care about. Acting in those spaces is not going to, suddenly 0 to Europe. Not that I don't think that discussion is helpful, right? You always want to have in mind what you want to avoid. But I reject the sort of binary framing that's pushed on this debate constantly, which is like 0 to socialism in 60 seconds.
That's the new Nick Cage movie, right?
Yeah. The Nick Cage movie for nerds. Yeah.
I would watch the hell out of it, just to be clear. Ian, one thing I'd like to get your thoughts on, this is something which I have rarely seen people with your view engage with much, is about the foreign aspect of this, which is that we see, with Google, we see cozying up to the Chinese Communist Party. We see at early on efforts from Facebook to that effect, although they've kind of pivoted in recent months and largely across the technology industry. I'm citing a speech from Peter Thiel just about widespread Chinese infiltration at many large technology firms. It seems that not an absolutist, but in general, the lack of regulatory framework and the skepticism that you would have over intervention, regulation, and others might, in some way benefit some of the people who want to threaten the United States. Could you just parse how you think through national security regulation versus antitrust regulation, whether you are okay with both more? What do you think about that?
Yeah, no, it's an excellent question about the dynamic between having national champions and regulation to stand up to protect those companies and the defense interests of a country. I think what you've seen in Congress, particularly with regard to privacy, is, well, the Europeans are in the lead, right? They've got a regulatory system, and therefore we're lagging behind. Oh, California stood one up that's sort of the de facto now federal regulatory approach to privacy. I don't know that is actually redounding to the benefit of European firms. Likewise, I think that these heavy-handed regulatory approaches that we see in Europe and China is probably not helping them in the markets. It may be having some connection to the ability of these companies to navigate at the international geopolitical level, but ultimately, I think that markets move nations, and I think that is probably why the United States remains in its dominant position globally, because it is the birthplace of all of this innovation, and it is able to move the public and move the market internationally. We give up our largest advantage in the world if we come down hard on these sorts of companies.
Well, let me push back with the obvious example, which is TikTok, right? Which is a Chinese Communist Party controlled company with large market penetration here in the United States and with a lot of data on American citizens, particularly underage American citizens, so much so that they had to pay several $1 billion in fines to that effect. I mean, do you think that it would be okay for the United States government to ban TikTok?
Well, they certainly did for the armed forces, right? Mm-hmm. So, I mean, to the extent that there are vulnerable, particularized U.S. interests at stake here, I think that existing law does a great deal to ensure that the United States is protected in terms of its national defense. TikTok is allowing Americans to connect, and the Chinese Communist Party is subsidizing that. Right? I don't see that as a loss. I think that we should have our eyes open about the downsides. I think we should understand the risk that TikTok presents. I think that American consumers can make choices about that. But I don't see the need to ban the app. We saw that in India, but all that did was make it harder for Indians to connect with one another. It didn't seem to do anything for their national security.
What do you think, Rachel?
Well, I think Americans tend to sometimes look at other countries through our own tinted lenses, right? We look at China and we're like, China, just like us, they have private business that's completely private. And they don't, right? They have state-run industries. Even their private business can act as an arm of the state and frequently does. I mean, there's a reason all the Five Eyes countries, got on the Huawei wagon, right? Like they saw the threat that China posed. And so I do think that TikTok raises particular concerns in this regard. And I don't think this is going to be something that we see more, not less. And so I think as a sort of a national security policy and sort of as Congress moves forward, we need to have a plan in place to deal with things like this. It's not simply a private company debate anymore. When these are actual, arms of our geopolitical adversaries, yes, consumers should be aware, but to the extent that I think, again, our biggest geopolitical adversary has the ability to collect data on American children and host it in Beijing, there should be a debate about banning anything, but I do think it's a good case to be able to say, let's maybe restrict how far this goes.
Well, so we've run the gamut here from all the way up at the top down to foreign interference. So I think we've touched every single subject. Just want to thank the Lincoln Network for sponsoring this event and for having all three of us here to have this really interesting discussion. Both our panelists, absolutely fantastic. So thank you to Ian. Thank you to Rachel for joining me for this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
We, as an industry, it's been very interesting to watch the last 30 years in terms of, you hear reports coming out of the Department of Defense saying we are at near peer status with Russia and China, that the advances in technology that have happened in the last 30 years, we have not been able to necessarily keep up. I'd love to hear your thoughts on kind of what went wrong. The Cold War ended 30 years ago. We were supposed to be the hegemonic power as the U.S. What happened that Russia and China were able to catch up with the U.S. in terms of defense innovation?
Yeah, I mean, there's probably a lot of reasons. We can discuss like some of them at a high level. There was this kind of famous meeting that happened where the Secretary of Defense kind of gathered the defense industry together and said, people called it the Last Supper. And basically he said, there's too many of you. Defense spending is going to go down now that the Cold War is over, and you should consolidate, basically. And we went from having kind of a pretty diverse set of industry companies that were working on different priorities to, really like five big, what's called primes. And we locked into this really long-term planning process for building large platforms, whether that's fifth generation fighter planes like the F-35, which the program for the F-35 is almost 25 years old now, or it's over 25 years old now. And Ford class aircraft carrier, the Ohio class submarine. So like these really big platforms. And that prevented us from being agile in like avoiding hitting the obsolescence curve. So like, the things that we were planning for the F-35 25 years ago are clearly not the things that you would deploy if you were to build a system from scratch today. And so we just kind of got stuck in this like bureaucratic sludge. And, China and Russia, on the other hand, had a very different approach. They were really like kind of building out a capacity for the first time. They knew that they needed to move much more agilely than we were. And they also had the benefit of being able to basically steal a lot of our most valuable IP. And so, they kind of leaned in a different way than we did.
Yeah. And I'd love to hear your thoughts. I mean, it's troubling to think that when you think of what's happened with consumer internet over the last 30 years, there's been hundreds of companies that have reached, unicorn status. The market cap of just the growth of the internet has just changed the entire country, if not the entire world. And when you look at defense innovation, we have SpaceX, Palantir, and Anduril. So I'd love to hear what you think went wrong in terms of, the defense industry used to be sort of at the forefront of pushing innovation forward. It's why we have the internet. Why is it so hard for defense companies in the last 30 years to succeed?
Yeah. I mean, during the Cold War, it was the most aspirational career you could pursue was one that was generally going to be funded by the Department of Defense, whether that was, rocket technology to get us to the moon or building networking technologies with DARPA, or building next generation radars, radios, all of that. These were the highly aspirational engineering careers. When the Cold War ended and the internet became more of a commercialized phenomenon, the talent that we had kind of built up over 50 years, or nearly 50 years, started bleeding out into private industry. And it could have been like really interesting, incredible things, like computing, or it could be like really silly things like selling dog food online. And today I would argue that like the engineers that we really need to be focused on these issues of national importance in our country are probably more than likely working at a large tech company optimizing ads. And so it really is just like a talent direction problem. And the three companies that you mentioned, Palantir, SpaceX, and Anduril, the really kind of obvious yet non-obvious thing that makes them pretty unique is that they were all founded by billionaires. And the reason this ends up being really important is that a typical startup has they raise enough capital for like call it 18 to 24 months of runway. Problematically, 18 to 24 months of runway is shorter than the transition curve for a defense contract. So going from prototype to pilot to production usage of a technology could take as long as 5, 6, 7 years. And so being able to kind of fundraise your way through the valley of death becomes really problematic unless you have a billionaire that can kind of do that for you. And so there's some unfair advantages that are built into just the capital structure of companies like that, I would say.
I've heard you talk about this message before. I've certainly talked about this message before in my conversations with, DoD officials and that sort of thing. Do you think the message is getting through that the timeline of these sales cycles is just not compatible with what has emerged as the predominant way of funding innovation, which is venture capital?
For sure, yeah. I think people are starting to recognize that this is true. Obviously, Catherine, like you and I have both been in conversations where senior government people have started parroting some of these lines about the problem with Valley of Death and with billionaire co-founders. We've kind of slipped into this kind of concept of a Howard Hughes model for entrepreneurship, just like we need the eccentric billionaire to make anything work. This is parodied all over popular culture with things like Stark Industries and Iron Man. This isn't the future that we want necessarily. It would be much better if we had a future where like the best technology could just win. But there is an increasing awareness of this shortfall. I think there's still a lot of problems around the Valley of Death, where we have a lot of systems that are being built on the front end of that to manage like the pipe getting into initial contract. So there's things like the Defense Innovation Unit that does early stage OTAs. There's AFWorks, SoftWorks that are doing SBIR programs, the Small Business Innovative Research programs to do initial pilot contracts. There's things like Incutel that do work programs for pilots and prototypes with venture-backed tech companies. But there's still not a whole lot of bridging kind of tissue that exists right now. And while there's an awareness that it is a problem, there hasn't been a whole lot of effort, at least that I've seen, that has gone into like actually correcting that. But curious if you've seen things that I haven't, for sure.
Well, no, and that's, I mean, I'm glad you brought that up because that was actually my next question. Like you have seen since 2015, since the emergence of the OTA, which is the other transaction authority, which allows startups to be able to get contracts in a short period of time, say more on a startup, time horizon of 30 days. An early stage company will get that contract and then it's like, well, now what? That's $1 million contract. Great. It's wonderful. Like it's, can help us move forward for 12 to 18 months. But when do you get a production contract? So I guess like the question that I would have is, I think everyone knows that that's a problem. If you were designing either new procurement processes or if you were pushing the DoD to say, here's how you should work with startups, what would the ideal sort of procurement reform be in order to make sure that startups can be part of this DoD ecosystem?
Yeah, I mean, this is probably like the most common question, probably you as well, Catherine, get asked by members of Congress and senior leaders inside the DoD. And I think part of the problem with this general question is that to a policy person, every policy nail needs a policy hammer. It's like the problem, the reason why this isn't working is because we need to reform the way the procurement system works. But if you go and you look at like the intricacies of the procurement system, like it's actually, you could easily make the right decision. We just don't. So I would say it's like more of a cultural problem than it is a procurement problem. There's this really obscure acquisition law called U.S. Title 10 2377 that you could Google that and it would come back. It's about commercial preference, and so the law says that the government is not allowed to build something from scratch that they can buy off the shelf. The problem is that there's no accountability in this law. No one actually enforces its existence, and so the government will come in and say, "Here are my 100 requirements." And then when a commercial company steps up and says, "We can provide that exact thing out of the box," and the government goes back and adds 20 requirements that product doesn't have, now they can be like, you only fulfill 100 of the 120 requirements, so we're going to build it ourselves. And this happens over and over and over again. There's this really kind of well-known story of government contracting failure that's still in production use called DTS, the Defense Travel System, which is where civilians and soldiers inside the DoD book travel to be reimbursed. So they have to pay personal payment, and then it gets reimbursed in some ridiculous schedule, like 100 days or something on average before they get a reimbursement check. If you think this sounds like Concur, it's because it is exactly like Concur. And yet we the taxpayer, have budgeted with the Department of Defense $450 million over 5 years to build this from scratch with Northrop Grumman because they have unique special requirements or something like that. I mean, it doesn't actually make sense. But this is like rinsed and repeated probably dozens, if not hundreds of times across the DoD. And we can certainly do a much better job with this than we have been. But it's really just a cultural problem. Like we just have to do the right thing.
And aside from just talking about this, I mean, I've heard you talk about this before. I've heard other people in government talk about this before. Obviously, you know, the government wants to save taxpayers money because of this and buy commercial, you know, products. What can be done in terms of changing the culture? Is it just having these conversations and making sure that people know actually there are off the shelf, you know, software solutions and hardware solutions that could actually work for DoD, or is it something, you know, more extreme than that?
I mean, I'm not sure that the problem is that there's no awareness that these commercial products exist. I think it's just that the incentives for using the commercial product don't necessarily make sense. I'll give you a good reason. Let's say that you are a senior official in the Department of Defense. And by the way, I'll say this, but most senior officials would disagree with this characterization because it reflects on them very poorly. But let's say you have a budget of $100 million. There's probably a pretty good chance that you're making, as an employee of the federal government, somewhere in the, let's call it 125 to 175K a year range, which is basically cap for a senior executive inside the US government. You do not have the ability to get promoted to a new salary bracket. You don't have the ability to get a bonus. In fact, you're basically at a position where, as the owner of a large budget, the only way that you have to demonstrate your seniority and your responsibility is to acquire more budget. But Congress says if you don't spend all of the money that you've been given responsibility for in a year, that the next year they will allocate the right amount of money, which is less than the amount that you spent this year. So if I'm sitting on $100 million and I'm spending really efficiently and only spend $70 million in my $100 million budget, but do it more effectively and more efficiently, next year I'm going to get $70 or $80 million. So I'm losing authority, I'm losing status, I'm losing reputation inside of the organization. And so oftentimes what you'll see is that someone goes to the Congress and they say, I need $10 billion to build out this acquisition program for some new combat vehicle, or you could plug and play whatever you want into that budget. And then you expect them to come back and say, just kidding, I only needed $3 billion. I did it way more efficiently than I said I was going to. No, that's crazy. They would never do that.
Yeah. No, and it's interesting because there's also this meme that government doesn't like to pick winners, that the winners have already been picked over history, and they're the five primes that you discussed, the big five. How do we change that meme and that, or is it even necessary?
Yeah. I think that, like, it really comes down to like enforcement at some level. Like, you know, convincing people that the right thing to do is pushing forward with this commercial product strategy, without getting hung up on all of these like ancillary concerns that they have. Oftentimes you'll hear things brought up like access to source code for vulnerability scanning or whatever, or government data licensing, or you know, so on and so forth. And with the primes, you know, what they basically are able to negotiate is, if I'm building this from scratch, then the government generally will own the IP. And so in theory, 5 years down the line, if I don't want to use Raytheon anymore, I can fire Raytheon and recompete it, hire Northrop Grumman, hand them all the source code, and then everything's fine. You move on with the program. And it's just like commoditized service contracts at that point. If you buy a commercial product and there's some sort of exclusive license that's involved in that commercial product, in theory, at least the government believes that it's going to be really hard for them to like fire you and bring in someone to replace you if they're kind of like required to use the IP stack that they've licensed from you.
Yeah.
The reason that this is an in theory conversation is that these contractors don't get fired. Like, we hired Lockheed Martin to build the F-35 20 plus years ago. We're going to complete the program with Lockheed Martin. It's actually not any different than using a commercial product. As far as like the picking winners thing goes, you know, I think that the corollary to this that isn't discussed but is equally important is, what does it mean if you don't pick winners? It means everyone is a loser.
Yeah.
And so like, by definition, if you don't pick winners, there are no winners. And that's something that I think we really need to correct.
Yeah. I want to talk more about the founder side and kind of what Silicon Valley can do, because it does feel like, you know, there are so many talented entrepreneurs that want to work with government. And, you know, you've done a lot of work in this space and the message has changed. I think that, you know, over the last 5 years, the DoD and, you know, investors here have made it possible to have these conversations about how do we work with government. But it's still much more difficult than selling to enterprise, and much more difficult than you know, operating the consumer space in terms of all these challenges. So I'd love to hear what your advice is to founders who say, I want to work in defense and I know it's going to be harder, but I want to do this. Like, what's your main advice to them about how they can navigate this?
There are places to go. I mean, there are companies that you could go and work for. Palantir, SpaceX, and Anduril are the three biggest, but there are a lot of other really good companies. Like Shield AI is doing some really interesting stuff in autonomy. There's some really cool companies in like the modeling simulation space, like Improbable, AI Reverie. There's interesting companies in hypersonics like Hermeus and Ursa Major. So there are a growing number of startups that are working in the ecosystem. Similarly, there are innovation organizations inside the government that could be really interesting places to work, like the Defense Digital Service, which is kind of like a internal, you know, software factory inside of the Pentagon, or places like Incutel, where they're facilitating work programs for venture-backed companies, or DIU, the Defense Innovation Unit out of Mountain View. So increasingly, I think there are a lot of options. The narrative is really bizarre, though, as I'm sure most people listening to this know, where like people believe that Silicon Valley is like adverse or thinks very negatively about working with the Department of Defense. But if you look at like the petitions, famously, you know, Google pulled out of Project Maven, or decided not to renew their contract with Project Maven, which is an AI project inside the Pentagon, after a group of angry employees like basically wrote a letter to Sundar Pichai saying that they were uncomfortable with the work on the government program. There were like 5,000 signatories to that out of, you know, hundreds of thousands of Google employees. And we're talking about like tiny percentages of people that have expressed any concern. Not to mention that like there's no evidence that the people that were signing that letter were even US citizens. So it's like, if you're a citizen of China working on like an H-1B visa with Google, like, of course you don't want Google working with the United States military. That would be crazy. Why would you want that?
Yeah.
And so, you know, no one's really talking about this in as nuanced a way as they probably should be. I think, generally speaking, there are a lot of people that would be really interested to work on this stuff, and there are places where you can go to do it.
Yeah. And, you know, I want to ask more of a personal question, because you've been obviously you know, you have an interesting background of having worked in government, worked at Palantir, co-founded Anduril. you know, I think a lot of people 5 years ago would have laughed in your face if you said, I want to build the next great defense prime. But Anduril has been just an extraordinary success this far. And I just love to hear, you know, what's the biggest surprise? You're a company builder as well as an investor. What is the biggest surprise of building a company in this space, given that you are paving the way for a future in which there can be multiple defense innovation companies that are working on these hard problems?
Yeah, man, I mean, there's so many like crazy things that we learned. So prior to being at Founders Fund and long prior to starting Anduril, I was one of the first employees at Palantir and kind of rode this rodeo for 6 years before leaving to join Founders. And you know, things were a lot harder than any of us expected that they would be. But you know, doing it the second time around with Anduril, we've really been able to kind of stand on the shoulders of giants. So in a turn of phrase, because you know, Palantir and SpaceX both sued their customers and won those lawsuits, which opened up like a path of legal precedence for doing what it is that we're doing. And there's also an increasing awareness inside the department of the gaps that exist in solving this problem. But you know, like one kind of crazy lesson that we learned is that selling software as a product to the DoD is incredibly hard. They view it almost as like this egalitarian thing that like anybody can do it. Like they're willing to pay margins on hardware, but software is like, oh, it's just code. Like I can hire 15 monkeys that can like crank out the same quality of code as, you know, freaking Google or whatever, which is just completely mind-boggling.
Yeah.
But if you do really complex software and then basically wrap it in aluminum foil, you can sell it to them as hardware. And as long as they can count it, they no longer view it as being egalitarian, which makes no sense. But there are like hacks like that you can employ that I think accelerate the process and make things significantly easier.
Yeah. So I want to, you know, end on a positive note. I think, you know, when government has seen so many, you know, the excitement and enthusiasm coming from Silicon Valley, you know, I'm an investor in a number of government related companies, as are you. There's a number of firms that are really excited. I think it's led to greater collaboration, but I'm curious when you think of like, you know, the next decade of collaboration between Silicon Valley companies, not necessarily based in Silicon Valley, but companies that build in the ethos of venture capital and the Department of Defense. You know, what do you think that future looks like? How do we increase the collaboration? And do you think that there's going to be tremendous change in the next decade, given some of the conversations you've had over the last few years?
I mean, Silicon Valley and venture investing in particular responds to results. And so the like kind of dark version of this is that if there aren't any success stories, then there isn't any venture capital. And if there isn't any venture capital, then there aren't any companies that are doing it.
Yeah.
I hope that that won't be the case. But I do see that there are some tailwinds that we've been kind of chasing for the last, you know, really, even it's after Anduril, really, like the last 2.5 years, that I think that there will likely be a handful of really good venture returns in the defense space. And the DoD will have kind of like a cultural shift over time as a new generation of people that understand software, that understand autonomy, that understand the importance of artificial intelligence, will infuse that into the department in a way that's really accretive to working with the private sector. Now, there is like an alternate version of this future that I think we should be avoiding. And that is like this broad software factory model where like the DoD starts believing that it can build all of these things internally in-house. And there's like a slight movement in this direction. You have like the Air Force Kessel Run program. You have a software factory that's being built out of Army Futures Command. Obviously DDS, the Defense Social Service, which I mentioned before. And there's probably some things that we should be doing custom in-house inside the Pentagon. So I don't want to like say that all those efforts are bad. But if we truly try to scale this up and say like, we're going to build all modeling and simulation ourselves, we're going to build all wargaming ourselves, we're going to build all the flight control systems ourselves, like it's going to get into this place where, again, you're just using, you know, a lot of resources to do things that are already being done more effectively by the private sector. And I hope that that's not the way it goes.
Yeah. And final words, any like, you know, if there's anything you could ask of Washington and Silicon Valley founders, what would it be? you. You know, like, is there anything that, like, obviously there's no silver bullets here, and you've been working on this for decades, but is there anything where, you know, we are starting? I mean, what's interesting is we're at an interesting time, given that it's you know, election just happened. Looks like, given the results we're seeing, that there will be a transition. It's a new decade. You know, is there any ask of both the founder side and the government side?
Yeah, I think on the government side, it's, you know, be open to conversations about commercial technology, and recognize the places where you have absolute advantages rather than relative assumptions about advantages. You know, I oftentimes talk about this story where, like, my mom hates basketball, but she went to my basketball games growing up, and, you know, she would leave and she'd be like, oh, wow, that kid was really good at basketball. But then, like, I was in high school when LeBron James was in high school in Ohio, and he's not playing the same game. But, like, if you're assessing everything on a relative basis, like, you could say that people on my team were good at basketball, but they're not even, like, Division III basketball players. This is the same thing that's happening inside the Pentagon. Is you can look around and say, like, on a relative basis, that guy's really good at building software or building whatever. But on an absolute basis, we're not even playing the same ball game, and that's something that I think they need to recognize. On the founder side, you know, I wrote about this actually in an ethics piece, about why I think it's important to invest and build defense technology companies. And I would encourage founders to think critically about this, that there are things in the world that are easy and feel good, and there are things that are easy and feel bad. And, you know, you could plot out the quad chart. As a Silicon Valley culture, we are remarkably bad at things that are important and good that don't feel good. We tend to just be very feely people. Defense is one of those things. You can't just not do defense. Like, the alternative is far worse than, you know, the pill that you have to take to get there. And I would just encourage people to think critically about the importance of doing hard things that don't feel good, so that we, as millennials, of which I'm one, and Catherine, you're one as well, I guess, that we just aren't particularly well suited to address because of our emotional, you know, coddling or whatever it was as children. There are things that are really important and very ethically good that are not going to feel emotionally good, and we just need to remember that.
Yeah, no, and one thing I'll add, and having watched, you know, the founding story of Anduril and seen your success thus far, is that, you know, there was a meme going around, and I think it still goes around in some media circles, that, you know, Silicon Valley doesn't want to work on defense, and that could not be farther from the truth. I think the media has to stop that narrative. It is so clear that this is a bipartisan, important issue, and that founders are excited about the hard engineering problems. And to your point, it's a hard problem, but that's what gets people up in the morning. So the thing that I would ask Washington and founders to do is to ignore that narrative, because it's not true, and it's becoming less true by the minute. And it's so exciting to see, you know, what you've done in terms of paving the way for a lot of these other companies that are just so excited to work with the DoD. So thank you for that.
Well said. Well said.
Awesome. Well, it's always great to chat about defense and Anduril, and looking forward to some of the other panels this afternoon.
Great. Thanks, Catherine. Thank you.
Good one.
So are we supposed to fight or something?
I'm still going to disagree on a lot.
Yeah.
I disagree on some things for sure, but I don't think we disagree on a whole lot.
I know, but it's like, I mean, do you want us to? Are we live?
I think we might be live.
All right, perfect.
That was a good interlude. Let me see. Are we live? I think we're live.
Excellent.
All right. Well, I'm glad you guys were able to join for this segment. I think this is perhaps the third or fourth panel today talking about Section 230 and tech platforms in some way. This was not the original intention. We were hoping to save it all for this segment, but, you know, what can you do? What can you do? I think we have room for a diverse range of perspectives here. So anyway, I'm glad I can welcome you guys to do this session with me, and I'm happy to introduce Mike Masnick, who's the founder and editor of TechDirt, which is an awesome tech policy blog, which has been going since 90, how long has it been going, Mike?
It depends on where you put the start, but 97, 98, thereabouts.
So like pretty early in the kind of early days of the internet and sort of cyber libertarian culture in Silicon Valley, and pretty good, reliable stream of takes on all things tech policy and all the things my people here in DC are doing wrong. It's a great site to read. If you haven't, I suspect many of the people in the audience are already avid readers of your content, or at least people tweeting in response to your content. And then, second but not least, I'd like to welcome Gigi Stone, who is a distinguished fellow at the Georgetown Institute for Tech Law and Policy. And before that, had a number of great positions in civil society and government, including the FCC, and I believe co-founder and head of public knowledge. Is that right? Which is a leftist center civil society group doing a lot of great work, also on these sort of conversations around tech regulation and tech platforms. So the topic we're here to talk about today is this idea of the techlash, which describes essentially a backlash both among kind of the people, a popular sentiment shift, and also among policymakers to be more hostile to big tech in general, tech platforms are a little nebulous about exactly what the term means. It gets used in a lot of different contexts. And really, we're here to try and refine that discussion a little bit. The term techlash was coined in 2013 by The Economist, which suggested that the heads of these big tech companies would join oil men and things like that in sort of public demonology, and that we'd have a sort of revival of the trust busting and all of these sort of things we don't like about other big corporations. And I think it's fair to say that in recent years there has been a shift both among Democrats and Republicans to be more hostile to tech in different ways. I remember not long ago we were talking about the GOP as a sort of party of Uber and embracing innovation, and we were all very friendly. And all of a sudden now we have Josh Hawley joining progressives, wanting to break everything up and regulate it and abolish Section 230. President Trump and perhaps the next President Biden are in agreement that we should scrutinize tech companies and revoke Section 230. And so there seems, at least on the surface, to be some amount of overlap. But I would, shoot it to you guys now to see first, of the techlash. Is it even a coherent concept? Is it a term you guys see as sort of meaningful and useful, and how do you define it? And I'll start with you, Gigi.
So I don't think the techlash, I think you said it right, Zach. The techlash means several different things to different people. To some people, it just is a pushback against technology generally. They think it's bad for people's health and well-being. They think it's bad for civic discourse. They're just like anti-tech, Luddite, whatever you want to call them. That's not the techlash that I deal with every day, and it's not one I ascribe to, because I actually think technology is doing a lot more good than it is bad. But the techlash that I deal with every day is the pushback, the reaction both by the public increasingly, which is something I want to talk about later, and policymakers to the size and the power of the biggest tech companies and the way they wield that power to have an impact on our economy, our personal privacy, our politics, and our public debate. And I think that's where you're starting to see, is it coherent? I don't know. Is it meaningful? Yes. And is it changing? I mean, I think if you'd asked me even 7 months ago, and asked me, does the public care, or is this like an elite concept that, only people inside the Beltway care about? I would have said, yeah, I fear that that's the case. I think that's changing. And I don't want to talk about it now, but I can talk about some of the polls that have been issued recently that show that public opinion on a bipartisan basis, and sometimes more Republican than Democrat, is going against the power of these companies. The big question is, what do you do about it? And I think that's where there's more of a partisan divide.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. Mike, I think we may have lost your video. Is your audio still there?
I, I, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Okay.
Okay, great. So, yeah, I think we may have lost your video. Is your audio still there?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Okay.
Is your audio still there?
I, I, Hear
You can
me?
hear us. Yeah, we can hear you. I can't see you.
I can still see myself.
He's very pixelated.
I'm very pixelated.
How ironic.
Yeah.
You're being deplatformed.
Yes,
As you're,
censored.
It's coming after you.
They're violating my Section 230 rights.
So, Mike, I'll kick the same question over to you. What do you think about the idea of the techlash?
I mean, is there something that you could call the techlash? Yeah, sure. I mean, there are a lot of people who are mad about certain companies and certain actions, but it is not a coherent concept at this point. And I think that I think it started out in certain policy circles, and it started out with certain media folks. I think, as Gigi said, that the general public didn't really care about it, but I think that certainly the message has gotten out that it is. But I kind of feel like it's a mostly manufactured concern rather than a legitimate concern. And part of that is evident in the fact that there is no coherent explanation of what the techlash is, other than, we don't like these 3, 4, 5 companies, depending on who you talk to at what point and what they're mad about. And so, there's clearly some sort of anger directed at these companies. I don't know if it's fair to call it a techlash, because it's tech is a much wider subject than just those 4 or 5 companies, but it does exist as a thing. I just think that it's anytime you try and drill down on what exactly people find the problem to be and how they would fix it, again, as sort of Gigi said earlier, you don't tend to get very coherent understanding or explanation.
I mean, part of the problem is, Zach, if you don't mind, if I just add in
please.
thing, part of the problem is that the problems or the perceived problems with tech are and let's say call them tech companies. I agree with you, Mike. It's like, and it's kind of what I said, right? Some people have a problem with technology, period, right? Cell phones suck and the internet sucks. That's a whole nother story. But, the problems that people perceive with big tech or the big tech companies, there are either 4 of them or 5 of them, depending on what day it is. It's multi-headed, right? It's privacy. It's like, I had no privacy. My data is being used improperly. It's content moderation, right? They take down too much. They take down too little. And it's competition, right? They're killing my small business. I have to pray at the feet of Amazon. So that's one of the reasons it's not coherent, is that, people are complaining about different things. I think they're all legitimate, but it's hard to have a cohesive political movement when people have different concerns.
And I mean, sometimes the concerns are conflicting in their own way, right? I mean, you already mentioned the take down too much, take down too little aspect of it, but I think that's true in some of the other arguments as well, in terms of there are questions around privacy and the different approaches that people might have to privacy, and some of which might limit competition and actually lock in some of these larger companies. And so if you're talking about competition versus privacy, it's one thing. Also, some of the privacy questions impact some of the free speech questions. So people who have arguments, on one side or another, sometimes are conflicting with people who are having arguments on the other side, which is why this idea of the techlash as if it's like a unified movement doesn't quite hold together. Is there anger about these companies? Absolutely, but it's tough to say what do you do about the techlash when you can't even define what it is in a way that doesn't contradict with itself.
So first, I want to get at this idea. I want to come back to this idea you suggested, Mike, of it being kind of manufactured, because I think how the industry conflicts play into this is really interesting and important. But first, I want to talk a little bit about what the sort of general public feeling is. And Gigi, you mentioned a couple of polls, and I've heard this idea mentioned that since there are also surveys showing that people have a pretty high trust or high opinion of companies and their products individually, and have a hard time, kind of reckoning that with this idea that we might also be, more skeptical of their sort of power and influence in our lives in different ways. And so I want to throw that to you and see what you think, and maybe if you want to cite some of the other polls you mentioned as well.
Look, I don't think it's unusual for the public to, trust and like the products of companies on the one hand, and then be distrustful of their power on the other hand, right? People liked AT&T and didn't realize that they were keeping them on, black phones and stopping innovation, right? Yet when AT&T got broken up, it, resulted in untold benefits to the American people and frankly led to the development of the internet. Maybe some people regret that, but so that conflict, I think, is not unusual, when it comes to companies that they've relied upon. And gosh, these companies, particularly now during the pandemic, have been lifelines for people. So I don't think that's unusual. So there's been two main polls, and these are not political polls, so you can trust them maybe a little bit more than what we saw the last couple weeks. The one was from Demand Progress that showed about half of Americans on both sides of the aisle support the Google lawsuit, the antitrust lawsuit brought by the Department of Justice. And again, it's, straight down, it's very bipartisan. And that 62% strongly or somewhat agree that the economic power of big tech is a problem for the U.S. economy. And only 23% strongly or somewhat disagree. At the same time, like almost coincidentally, the Pew Internet Research Center essentially found many of the same things. 47% say big tech should be regulated by government more than they are now. 64% say social media have a mostly negative effect on the way things are going. These are the two that really, 72% say social media companies have too much power and influence in politics today. And 73% say that it's likely social media sites. No, that's not the one I want to say. 77% say that it's not very or at all acceptable for social media companies to leverage users' data to show them political ads. So those are pretty huge numbers. And again, it's almost split bipartisan. Where things start to diverge, as I mentioned before, are around the content moderation issues. So just two more data points, and then I'll turn it over to Mike. 66% say they have not too much or no confidence in social media companies to be able to determine which posts should be labeled accurate or misleading. And 84% of Republicans, only 52% of Democrats believe that. And 73% say that it's likely social media sites intentionally censor political viewpoints they find objectionable. It's not going to shock anybody, 90% of Republicans versus 59% of Democrats, although it's still majorities for both. So, these are pretty big numbers. And if I'm working for a tech company now and I'm concerned about regulation, I would be concerned.
Yeah, and I think it's fair to be concerned, but I still wonder, like, how much of that is just sort of manufactured public opinion in its own right. It's one thing to say these things, but again, as you begin to drill down and ask for specifics and details and what level of understanding people have about these issues, I don't think that they have a real clear understanding. And they seem to, blame, the large tech companies for a number of other issues that are sort of larger societal issues. And so, there was the network propaganda book that Yochai Benkler and some others at Harvard put out last year, 2 years ago, I don't even remember now, but it has all this data and research that basically says, for all the talk of disinformation about the 2016 election and the 2017 first year of the Trump administration, all of the concerns about, Facebook and Twitter and whatnot being the key vector for spreading that disinformation, what their research showed was it was actually Fox News. Things didn't go viral on social media until they first appeared on Fox News. And so, but we don't hear anybody really realistically talking about the Fox News backlash or however you would phrase that. It seems like a lot of the backlash against the internet platforms, it feels like, people were looking for something to blame for something that they didn't like that was out there. And, Facebook and Twitter and YouTube are these sort of new things. And so it's easy to say, well, I didn't really like the way the world is going for a variety of reasons. What is the new thing? It is these platforms. Therefore, it must be, because of them. And that's not to say that there aren't problems with these platforms, but again, this gets back to the idea that there isn't this sort of coherent narrative that explains why these platforms are the problem. I can understand that people think they are, but the deeper you dig into their reasons, it just doesn't seem to hold together very strongly.
So would you say that?
I'll
Oh,
go.
sorry, go. Okay.
You must have read my Twitter feed from this morning when I complained when Fox put out a missive saying that even if Biden wins the election, they won't go on president-elect. You know, look, I agree with you, Zach, that a lot, at least initially, and even to this day, the enemies of those 4 or 5 companies are manufacturing problems. And I particularly notice that the printed press loves to print every story possible that puts the platforms in a bad light. Like they'll do a front page business news story on a crappy little hearing on the Hill and not cover anything that the telecoms or cable does, right? So
Yeah.
there's no doubt in my mind that there is a concerted campaign by, we'll call them collectively the enemies of tech, and they even include some tech companies, to put the spotlight, divert it from them and their problems, and Fox is another one that's behind this, okay, and shine it on social media. So yes, I would agree with Mike that there's far too much attention on 4 companies, where instead of a bunch of other consolidated industries, including industries that impact our democracy and our public discourse, and media and telecom are 2 of them right there.
So this idea, I mean, of sort of this manufactured part of this discourse, you alerted to, maybe Rupert Murdoch, talking about things like Section 230 or the sort of hotel industry going after the statute because they don't like Airbnb, or there's all of these conflicts, kind of Yelp and Google, or Oracle and Google, or the UPS guys putting out this narrative that the post office is subsidizing Amazon, which makes it into the hearing and the antitrust report and so forth. Can you both talk a little bit more about, particularly for people outside of DC, I think it's hard to understand that there's this sort of influence PR ecosystem that manufactures these narratives.
I mean, yes, that happens, right? So the companies will sort of try and point regulators and the press in a certain direction. I think part of what goes into that is that, and I am not the person in DC. So, but there is always this effort to set up 2 industries against one another, which tends to be good for fundraising for politicians, where they can say, we have to regulate this industry or pass this kind of law, and suddenly a lot of fundraising happens around a particular bill. And so there have always been issues where you sort of try and set up what is the conflict, and you always pick sort of 2 large wealthy industries in order to drive as much fundraising as you can. So I think there's some element of that. But you certainly have, with the like, to take one example, Hollywood, the movie industry, thanks to some leaked emails that from the Sony Pictures hack from many years ago, whoever did that and released them, we saw that there was a plan by the Motion Picture Academy to effectively frame Google. Like, they had a thing called Project Goliath, in which they were writing subpoenas and letters for state attorneys general to go after these companies, and to go after Google in particular. And in fact, that included a plan to try and get the Rupert Murdoch owned Wall Street Journal to push this narrative, and to try and get Comcast and MSNBC to do stories on how evil Google was. So it sounds like a conspiracy theory, but it came out in the Sony Pictures emails that this was exactly the plan, that they decided that Google was a problem. They didn't like the way Google had impacted their lines of business, and therefore they had this whole strategy to sort of tar and feather the company.
So, for all the discussion about how much money in lobbying the tech companies spend, the telecoms in Hollywood spend far more. And, particularly, the telecoms and cable, they basically have a lobbyist, whether they're on staff or they're consultants, for every member of Congress. right? And
I mean, doesn't Google also spend quite a lot of money?
they do, but it's not as sophisticated. Okay, as I think we've seen in this last election, the fact that you have money doesn't necessarily mean you're effective. All right, you know, the companies that I deal with have had lobbyists for 100 years. Okay, and they know how to lobby, and not just in the federal government, also in the state government, right? Which is not, you know, that's meaningful right now. So it's much more sophisticated. It's much longer relationships. And much deeper relationships. So, you know, I have, you know, whether all those industries you mentioned, Zach, are all talking to each other, I don't know, but a lot of them are talking to each other, and they talk and they talk to the press, because, you know, look, I have plenty of problems with the tech companies and have been increasingly vocal about it, but I also talk to them. We're, you know, allies on issues like net neutrality and broadband competition, that sort of thing, and I'll say to them, you know, why don't you try to push this narrative about, you know, this campaign against you? Well, nobody will listen to us, Gigi. So their press isn't as sophisticated. Their lobbying isn't as sophisticated. They don't have the same relationships. And, you know, as much as we do battle with the other companies, they're really good at what they do. And what they've been really good at for the last 3 years is deflecting attention from their own competition problems, from their own content problems, from their own negative impact on democracy problems, and throwing them onto those 4 companies.
So we talked a bit about sort of the manufacture of narratives, but, you know, that may not be entirely fair too, because people, you know, hire lobbyists and PR firms and spend money, you know, on behalf of legitimate issues as well as on, you know, pure AstroTurf. So I also want to ask, like, to what extent do you think some of these grievances that are raised by other companies are legitimate? You know, there's the sort of disruption of the revenue model for the news industry. There's, you know, I think Gelp has an interesting argument with Google on search prioritization, of them sort of prioritizing an inferior product. And, you know, a number of these other kind of ideas around disinformation, algorithmic fairness, censorship. I think there may be, you know, even if they're being supported in a sort of dark money PR campaign, you know, nonetheless, they could be underlying legitimate grievances. And so I want to ask you, you know, what you think of that is, you know, of the manufactured stuff is real and, you know, has a worthy argument, and which of it doesn't.
Look, I think there's a lot of worthy arguments, and I do think Chairman Cicilline, you know, the chair of the House Antitrust Subcommittee, and the report that they put out, it really brought the receipts. It showed the many ways, in many cases, using the communications from the companies themselves, showing us how they were trying to stifle competition. You know, I've long thought Yelp has had a, you know, really, you know. I thought their argument rang true, and I think now, like I said, we've seen the receipts. It always amazes me what stupid things people put in email. So yeah, I totally think that's legitimate. You know, what's not legitimate are the Republicans complaining about you know, about conservative bias, because we know that to be complete and total BS. But, you know, some of these companies, like, I think the media companies, and that when I'm including the media companies, I'm not only talking about TV and broadcast and cable, I'm also talking about some of the print media. They're just pissed off because their business model sucks. You know, I think that's really, you know, look, I am sympathetic to some of the arguments about local journalism, but I don't think the reason that newspapers went down the toilet is because of either Craig Newmark or Eric Schmidt. Okay. Yeah, we know where they went to debt service, they consolidated. I mean, there's a gazillion different reasons. Does that mean that there isn't a good argument for some of the bigger companies to try to help local media grow? I think the fact that we don't have a lot of strong local media, you could see the impact in this election. I think there's a good argument for that. But to place the death of journalism, and particularly print journalism, entirely on Google and Facebook is absurd.
Yeah.
And we have a whole day on this on Tuesday, so come back.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's important, right? That, like, again, it's the sort of, you know, correlation versus causation thing, you know, and as you know, if you watch what happened, you know, in the sort of late, you know, aughts, when all the newspapers started blaming Craigslist until about 2011, 2012, and then suddenly it was all Google's fault, and then it was Facebook's fault. This was going to happen no matter what. The newspapers, effectively made little to no effort to really adapt to an internet which completely changes the model on which they had been based for a century previously. And whatever little efforts they made to adapt were often in the wrong direction, putting up paywalls that didn't work well, trying to overwhelm a page with ads that were just more annoying than anything else. And then you have situations where they love to blame Google News, and yet Google News is sending a ton of traffic. If they had been prepared to take that traffic and do something useful with it, and to try and build loyalty from a local audience, they had real opportunities to do stuff, and they didn't take any of those opportunities, and now they're whining about it. And so I think there are a lot of these arguments that are kind of completely bogus, and as you look more closely at them, they're problematic. Again, that doesn't mean that there aren't problems. And I think the Yelp example is an interesting one. And I've written this a few times. I don't understand why Google didn't just do exactly what Yelp has asked for, which is just mix in the Yelp and other results and let Google's own algorithm determine which of the local results are better. But at the same time, because I don't think that would have impacted Google very much, and then Yelp would not have that one thing that it was complaining about. At the same time, the biggest thing that has made Yelp what it is today was the rise of mobile, and the fact that everyone just puts Yelp on their mobile phone, and that's got nothing to do with the Google aspect to it. There are all of these different things happening where there are some legitimate complaints, but the trick is to dig in and understand which parts are actually legitimate, which parts are decisions that these companies made that had perfectly reasonable, non-nefarious explanations for them, and then look at them seriously. But it feels to me that very few people are doing that. I mean, even with the Cicilline report, it felt like a bunch of the things that were put in there, they took a situation and then presented it in the most nefarious framing possible, when you could look at it and say, no, there are non-nefarious reasons why those decisions were made. That wasn't just about crushing the competition and destroying everybody in our path, but that were this is probably better for our users. And so I think that
said that's the reason we're doing it, is to crush our competition. Like I said, they bought the receipts.
There are some cases where that's an issue, right? And so, but dealing with those and not throwing in all those other ones is what I'm talking about. If we want to have a discussion of what the actual issues are with tech and competition and privacy, which again, there are issues involved in all of those things, then you have to separate out which of those things are the serious issues and why they're serious and how they got to the way that they did. And this is another thing that I've brought up a bunch that nobody wants to talk about, is why, what did we already have in place that led to this world? Everybody's talking about setting up new legislation and all these things. And, I've talked a whole bunch about the CFAA and, this law that, was designed to be sort of like this anti-hacking law, and then became this anti-anything bad on computers law, which Facebook in particular has used to stop competition, right? So, there was this company Power that wanted to build a sort of multi-social network interface that would, go in and pull out data from Facebook, and, back in the 2010 timeframe when there were other social competitors to Facebook, it would build a sort of universal dashboard for you. And Facebook sued them, saying that it was unlawful hacking under the CFAA, even though the users of Power were handing over their credentials and saying, I want you to do this on my behalf. Facebook claimed that was a violation of a hacking law, and they won in court. And that has really cut back on the ability to build real competition. Whereas if it was a different way, where if other companies could go in and build on the social network, social graph that Facebook has built, you could build a competition, build the competition off of them. But nobody seems to want to go back and deal with those things. They want to try and go straight to antitrust law, which I don't think presents the right remedies for this thing. They want to pass privacy laws that they're putting in California ballots without anybody understanding what it means. All of these approaches are, sort of very broad brush approaches that are based on like, this thing looks bad, we must do something about it, but without actually understanding the nuances of what's going on and whether or not the proposed remedies will actually solve the actual bad things.
Well, Zach, I just got to weigh in here because look, I agree with Mike that antitrust is not the only answer. I think there needs to be more than that. I think we need to have a comprehensive consumer privacy law and data protection law. I think it's not going to happen if Congress is divided, but I think there needs to be consideration of a regulatory agency, like my old boss Tom Wheeler talked about, to look at online platforms. But antitrust law is irretrievably broken, and that's because of basically 40 years of jurisprudence that looks at only the so-called benefit to consumers as reflected in prices. So I think if there's one thing that Congress should be doing, and Congress perhaps could do under a split government, is to try to strengthen the antitrust laws so they're not meaningless, because they're almost meaningless now. And the Google lawsuit, for all its alleged good intentions, and I think it was political, even though I agree that there needs to be antitrust action, is brought on the narrowest grounds and on the weakest grounds, and with the precedent that's out there now, I think is not going to succeed. So I look forward to seeing what the states are going to bring forward eventually, because I think it needs to be broader and it needs to be stronger. But I'm dubious that anything is going to succeed with how antitrust law is right now.
But I think that's important for a variety of reasons. I think you're right. I mean, I think the DOJ's antitrust case is incredibly weak. And you go through and you look at the details, and it's going to fail. And I've talked about this. Like, if you actually support antitrust, you shouldn't support the DOJ's effort, because it's going to fail. And whether or not somebody's going to have the appetite to then go and do a more targeted one, I don't know. Like, yes, the state theirs, and yes, they'll combine it with the DOJ's one. Who knows? We'll see what actually comes out of it. I have very little faith that the states are going to do much better of a job of it than the DOJ, and some people can disagree on that, but my issue is that if we just keep talking about this in these broad terms without understanding the actual issues and the impact, I mean, in a previous panel, I know people were talking about the GDPR, and that's an example of in Europe where you had this data protection law put in place. And as a whole bunch of people warned, all it's really seemed to do is give more power to Google and Facebook, even though everybody, when they were talking about it, were saying, oh, we're finally going to, rein in the power of Google and Facebook. And all they did was create this massive compliance cost, which Google and Facebook can handle, and everybody else gets screwed. And so, I'm really concerned about all of the rhetoric around the techlash. And that includes on the antitrust side, that all we're going to end up doing is just empowering these large companies and sort of locking them in as, these are now highly regulated entities, and sort of block out the ability of competitors to come in and chip away, as we've seen happens over and over again in the tech industry.
But they don't have that ability. That's the problem. Look, and I'm with you, Mike, and you've seen, in my rhetoric, particularly around Section 230, everything that's been proposed in Congress so far would screw the little guy, and Facebook and Google and Twitter would handle it just fine. So I'm with you 100% on not throwing out the babies with the big bathwater. But I still think there are targeted ways, and yes, understanding is really important. That's why Zach's work on reviving the Office of Technology is important. To handle some of the problems of the big companies.
Yeah, and I don't disagree. I want to see what those arguments are, because I feel like I haven't seen the really good argument. Could there be a good argument for how antitrust would help deal with these problems? Maybe. I just feel like I haven't seen it, and all of the arguments that I've seen and all of the remedies that I've seen suggested, I don't think actually helps. And I that's my problem with it. And I feel like so much of it is driven by this feeling that like, oh, these companies are bad, therefore we must do something about it. I did this sort of experiment. I can't remember how long ago, because time has, lost all meaning these days. But where I did this post once where I said, do people want a better Facebook or do they want a dead Facebook? And my operating theory is that people would be happy with a better Facebook that, operated better, had more respect for privacy, gave users more control, users had more understanding of what it was they were doing on Facebook and what privacy issues they were giving up. And what amazed me was that, it was probably like 80-20 against me, where everyone's just saying, no, we just want it dead. Facebook is bad. And like, that's not a policy, right? That's not a coherent rationale for doing anything. And yet it feels like so much of the whole techlash discussion is exactly that. It's that these companies are bad. Something must be done. We must punish them, that it's punitive, not how do we make a better situation. And that's what scares me about it.
Look, I want 5 Facebooks. That's
yeah, no, I want 1,000 Facebooks. I want 20,000 Facebooks. I want to be able to set up my own Facebook and not have to worry about Facebook, right? So, but like, how do we get there? And I worry that a whole bunch of the remedies that people talk about, including some of the antitrust remedies, and certainly a lot of the privacy remedies, do the opposite. Impossible. They will say, Facebook has to lock down this data more carefully, and they have to be this carefully regulated entity in which we will review everything that they do. And that precludes and actually cuts off the ability of creating the 5, 10,000 million Facebooks that would create a more competitive scenario.
So going to that point, in the final few minutes, something I thought was really interesting in Jack Dorsey's testimony recently on the Hill. He talked a lot about their work on decentralization as an experiment for the direction the platform should go. Talked about this idea of algorithmic choice, where they might open up a variety of sort of third-party algorithms for, basically your kind of Twitter feed. This seems to play into some of the ideas you've talked about a lot before, Mike, and also Gigi. I know PK is now doing a lot of stuff around interoperability, probably in a little bit of a heavier-handed way than Mike would propose, but I'd be really curious what you guys think of that direction from Twitter.
I'm in favor of empowering users as much as possible. Data portability, interoperability, algorithmic choice, choice, privacy choice, right? Which you don't really have all that, or at least not intelligently, or one that anybody can understand. When Alvaro Bedoya, who, if people don't know, is one of my colleagues at Georgetown, a privacy expert, can't figure out how to protect his privacy on social media, neither can you. So yeah, I'm all in favor of giving consumers real tools to make choices so they can have the experience that they want. I don't think that substitutes for competition, but it's a good start, because, even if we put in place some of these remedies and the remedies work, it's going to take time. So in the meantime, we need to give people the ability to have the social media and, microblogging and, whatever experience that they want to have, rather than having somebody on high do it for them. And, one of the things that I really admire are some of the business models like Wikimedia, like Reddit, where it's not like the content moderator on high, it's the community doing the moderation. And that seems to work a lot better with a lot less drama than hiring professional content moderators, half of whom have to go to a psychologist because they're nuts. So I'm all in favor of it. But I don't think ultimately that's not the ultimate answer. The ultimate answer is more competition, whatever way we get there.
And I think that drives competition. I really think that is a way of getting there. And I'll note that, Twitter is going in that direction, or they're attempting to, at least. And they didn't need a sort of law to get there, and they didn't need a regulatory push to get there. They see it, I think, as a way to compete with Facebook and to avoid, Facebook taking over the entire internet. And they realize that this is a way that they have to go, and they're experimenting with it, and we'll see what happens. I know that they've been working on it, a bunch behind the scenes, and they're trying to get some stuff out there. Hopefully soon there'll be some more public information about it. But I think that there are real opportunities there if there is that kind of interoperability and a focus on, exactly as Gigi said, giving more power to the end users, and allowing the competition to grow naturally out of that. That's the, again, to me, it's like the biggest thing standing in the way of that is, again, the CFAA. I think, honestly, if you did CFAA reform and you started to see, experiments like Twitter start to play out, a lot of these questions start to go away. You start to see there's an opportunity for somebody to build a better Facebook, and for people to use it without losing contact with everybody on Facebook. If you can communicate from your alternate Facebook into Facebook and back out again, then the power and the hold that Facebook has on all of your data becomes less and less, and that becomes a huge opportunity for all sorts of entrepreneurs.
Well, we're about at time, so I think we'll have to leave that as the last word. I'd like to thank you both for having a fascinating conversation. I'm sure we could talk for quite a lot longer on some of the intricacies of these issues and where we might be headed, but we'll have to save that for next time. So thanks again for an awesome discussion.
Good afternoon. Thank you, everyone, for joining us at the end of the day on the Friday of a very long for everybody week. I'm honored to be joined here today by former FCC Commissioner and Acting Chairwoman, the first and only Chairwoman of the FCC, I might add, Mignon Clyburn. Quickly, I will just give a little bit of her bio and then we'll move to question and answer. Commissioner Clyburn is currently president of MLC Strategies, a Washington, D.C. based consulting firm. That's a position that she's held since January 2019. Oh, excuse me, I'm being told to share my audio and video. I'm not sure how to do that. Got it, okay. Share audio, share. Okay, not sure how to do that. Not letting me. Sorry about that, technical issues here. One quick second. Let's try this. Okay. Hopefully this is working and I'm able to share this tab and it doesn't look too crazy. Marshall, tell me if it does, please. So thanks again, everybody, for joining us. Hopefully you can see or you can get my audio on this. I apologize, trying to not have technical issues with sharing audio. Let's try this again. Okay. All right, Marshall, could you just give me a quick shout to know if you can hear this? Commissioner, can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
Okay, great. Sorry, I don't know why this seems to not be working. We're going to go ahead and hopefully this will work. Well, thanks everybody for joining us. Hopefully everyone can hear me and hear the commissioner. So Commissioner Clyburn, once again, is president of MLC Strategies, a DC-based consulting firm, which she's been holding that position since January of 2019. She served on the FCC from 2009 to 2018. While at the FCC, Commissioner Clyburn was committed to closing the digital divide. She was an advocate for lifeline modernization. She championed diversity in media ownership. She initiated inmate calling services reforms, emphasized diversity and inclusion in STEM opportunities, and fought to preserve a free and open internet. Prior to the FCC, she spent 11 years as a member of the 6th District on the Public Service Commission of South Carolina. And prior to that, she was the publisher and general manager of her family-founded newspaper for 14 years, the Coastal Times. So thanks so much, Commissioner, for joining me here today. Hopefully our technical difficulties are resolved.
I hope so. It's good to be here.
So. It's been an eventful week, to say the least. We had some elections, though not everything is resolved as of today. But it looks like if things continue as they are, we might have a new administration come January. What impact will these new results and the new administration have on the FCC's agenda in the new year? Are there issues that are likely to take on new importance and others that will be left aside?
Well, thank you again for having me, and I would like to express my appreciation for the Lincoln Network for this invitation. So I had my either or, but I will answer your question directly. So if Biden wins, if that is confirmed, Chairman Pai will leave the agency, and I predict that Carr will follow him. As you know, a part of that, the Clinton compromise, if you remember back then during a not so pleasant moment in American history, there was a deal struck with the Senate where, the Senate has a very strong role in picking the commissioners. Now, the president picks the chair. That's it. I have no intel as to who that would be under a Biden administration, so don't ask Jamie. But we will see, a couple of new faces. Not possibly, probably, likely, we will. But from a policy perspective, it's going to be all about COVID recovery. I was very shocked and disappointed back in 2017. Because all of us were braced for this infrastructure package that never never transpired. I don't know how Donald Trump got off that track. It was a winning formula. So when President Biden is President-elect Biden, make an assumption, is sworn in 2021, look for that to make a comeback. It's going to gain traction. The Democratic-led House is ready. They're poised. And why do I mention it in this context? For Democrats, broadband is critical infrastructure. And an infrastructure and jobs bill will include billions of dollars for ubiquitous broadband in districts that are red, blue, purple, urban, rural, suburban. So you're going to see a fixation on leveraging those tools that are needed for 21st century full participation. That's going to be a part of this package. And so I also predict that there will be a revitalized Office of Science and Technology policy that I believe will help and aid the FCC move along with these priorities. So the FCC, regardless of what happens, is going to continue its fixation on spectrum. It will spend that $30 billion over the next 10 years on 5G and 4G LTE wireless broadband. It will spend, that money on a wired broadband expansion across rural America. It's called, we say RDOF because we're like ugly acronyms, for the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund. It will dole out, and this is recent, $100 million for telehealth connected care product pilots. If Trump wins, Section 230 reforms, go figure. And I predict a continued death spiral with the Lifeline program if Trump wins. But under Biden, be braced also for a revisit to the agency's authority on net neutrality if Congress does not quickly settle that matter. Now, what may not make the cut, other than the outstanding court case, that everybody calls, the Prometheus case, I predict that anything in the Media Bureau might take a back seat. I don't think that's going to be the highest of priorities. And if history is a guide, we will once again punt on intercarrier compensation reform. So, those are the things that, I predict that will happen. And we will see, hopefully in the coming days, which course this nation will take.
So thank you. No, that's a great overview. So let's talk a little bit more about broadband access, which you raised in your remarks. Obviously, it's been a big priority for policymakers on both sides of the aisle, and I think we can, as you say, expect it will continue to be. COVID really shone a light on the connectivity problems that still exist in many parts of the country. What can we be doing better? And not even just rural America, urban America as well. What are some things that we've done well, and what more should we be doing to fix this?
Well, number one is the obvious. We are forced to reorder our priorities. We had heated arguments, I remember, in the earlier days when we were reforming the Universal Service Fund. We were fussing about whether broadband is a necessity. That was the dumbest argument, especially in hindsight, that we could ever have. So everybody is on board now about closing those digital canyons and closing them quickly. The one thing that I believe that the FCC needs to do is to retool itself. I believe that the agency has a tendency to favor legacy providers. I believe that they do not gain enough bang for its buck, which in terms of the universal service, the contributions and the monies that these providers get, we get too little for too much. And so I think the agency needs to challenge itself going forward to adopt a more entrepreneurial mindset when it comes to auction designs. One of the things I talked about in my years there was you've got a lot of innovative, scrappy competitors out there who want to contribute, who want to serve, who want to be in this space, but they can't afford a nationwide, they can't afford an auction with a nationwide footprint. So these smaller geographic areas could work to enable more innovation and contributions. The FCC also, I believe, needs to stop wallowing in excuses. I know you're going to say, Mignon, you're here for a fight. I'm not. I want the agency that I care about to be better. We were on a course to revitalize and reform a Lifeline. It is on life to support. I could just hear the slowing, of the heartbeat. This is a means-tested program that directly contributes to those who are from paycheck to paycheck are having a tough time. It is a direct subsidy for voice and broadband enabled services. We have not done a good service to American people with that program, and we need to do more. There are still challenges. We are one or two technology innovation you're just behind in terms of the evolution when it comes to tribal lands. And so there are some innovation. There's some innovation going on native lands that the FCC needs to look at and maybe model going forward to make some of those things that are going on in harder to serve areas like tribal or native nations. Again, that should be a part of the norm and not the exception. We've been talking about increased support for hotspots, and that is happening, but it needs to happen more. You've got these, libraries who could lend more services for those in need. We need to put that, this is the one time we need to put something on steroids. We need to take steroids here. There should be an emergency waiver of the E-rate rule that constrains broadband capacity supported by, E-rate discounts. Currently, they must be used on library premises. We need to look at that. These libraries, and my mother was a librarian, so I have a special place in my heart for libraries. It is obvious that they're using less broadband than usual. So what about this unused capacity? It's already been paid for. I think we should redouble our efforts to redirect, those resources, capacity, to other urgent users in the community. It is obviously needed, and those hotspots. Getting back to that, right now, members of the schools and libraries and ALA have gone before the FCC to talk about, providing more of these hotspots. But I think there's a prohibition in the statute in terms of providing direct hotspots to patrons. If there is a prohibition, if there's a problem with the statute, we need to address that. So again, we need to get to yes when it comes to where we have issues, where we have problems, where the statute's not lined up with the needs. And so I think, again, just redoubling our efforts and saying, how can we get the yes to serve more? I think that that's the direction, absolutely, we should go and challenge ourselves to do that.
Do you think that these are some things that may be taken up if the Hill has an infrastructure package next year, maybe?
Do I think, I'm sorry, you went down a little bit, maybe it's me. Do I think some of these issues could be a part of the infrastructure package? Is that what you're asking me? Absolutely. I don't think we should be siloed about these efforts. And I really think that while I keep saying while the FCC can't directly lobby, it can affirm its challenges and work with Congress to make sure law, statutes, and applications are part of the mix, so we can really work on connecting America and enabling people to have an online experience that will help with telehealth, education, returning to work, reskilling, and the like.
Ask you if you have announcements for me on the we, so I'll take that as the former commissioner. So we'll leave it there. So one of the things that the FCC has been really focused on in the past several years was streamlining the infrastructure deployment rules. One of the reasons being, I think they felt that it would help get more networks, more deployment out to areas of the country that could be struggling, getting networks in the ground at this point. So you're a former state regulator, and the FCC had gotten some pushback from states and localities on some of these efforts. Do you have views on this? Do you think this is a helpful step to take on closing the digital divide, or are there some problems there?
Well, I took issue, if you look back at my record, with the direction that the Trump FCC headed, to be honest with you. I am not I don't describe myself as a states' rights. I describe myself as an enabler of state opportunities. And so in order to do that, there needs to be a creative partnership between the federal and state governments, means the state governments and local officials, because what this FCC did was on a silver platter gave all of the remedies and all of the spoils to our industry. Now, let me say this. There were more than a few municipalities that were charging excessive fees for permit applications, access to rights of ways, and public structures. That's true. But there were more by way of multiples, more cities and towns that found themselves, after they negotiated with these industries, with industry, they found themselves economically underwater. So they were actually losing money during the permitting process. And that is not a sustainable framework. These cities and towns, they told me that they received incomplete applications and incomplete and inadequate applications, that the applications lacked the necessary field engineering expertise. They didn't see it there. They got submissions of proposed locations that were clearly not viable, and entities even applied when they lacked the authority to do so. So what we saw as a part of that realization is, oh, we'll go ahead and make it easier and preempt states. But they did nothing to address the issue that, a lot of these jurisdictions were moving slower because they were cash strapped. That was their only sin. They were cash strapped. And if you're cash strapped, you're going to be short staffed. So yes, the application process took longer, but it took longer for a reason. And instead of being partners in addressing the reason, we took this approach that would put this shot clock in place that will, I will say, net less than ideal results, especially if you're trying to preserve, if you're in a history. I'm from Charleston, and you've got, your community expects you to maintain the historic character. And if you've got this, unsightly fixture attached or in the ground, that's not, again, following the people's wills. There's a way to do both, but this wasn't a two-sided a decision. It only benefited industry.
So recognizing some of the challenges that you identified, how do we proceed in the race to 5G, right? Everybody hears about the race to 5G. There's been a lot of talk during this administration about China combating, China getting to 5G before they do, supply chain, things like that. So how do we sort of recognizing, the limitations we have in the U.S., systems, local systems, state systems, federal systems, things like that. How do we, do more to win the race to 5G? Is it spectrum? Is it supply chain? Is it, as some say, nationalized 5G? What do we need to do?
Well, I'll answer that in a number of ways. We've got to recognize that, and this is one of those things is, bipartisan. There are worries. We have worries in terms of maintaining the safety and security of our telecommunications equipment. It wasn't that long ago when we were talking about Chinese firms like Huawei and ZTE. And this is the one time where the direction was definitely bipartisan. When we're talking about 5G equipment, particularly in some of the areas, the rural communities where some of the rural providers were definitely dependent on, many of these, manufacturers, we had to be concerned, and we're rightly concerned about backdoor access into U.S. and allied mobile communications networks. It's no secret that the Chinese law compels Huawei to provide its data, all data in its possession to the Chinese government. That is a concern. That is not that we should be easy about. So when we talk about our global communications, sensitive personal data and how it flows over these networks, that's not shrinking, that's increasing. So these substantial risks have to be addressed. You probably know I am one of the commissioners. I still have the title, believe it or not, on the National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence. And they have urged Congress to pass the USA Telecommunications Act, which would fund U.S. and allied efforts to develop and purchase secure 5G equipment and provide an alternative to Huawei. Regardless of who is sworn in on the 21st, the safety and security of our telecommunications networks as we work with our allies, that's just paramount. I just, safety and security, that's going to be top of mind as we build and grow. We can't make trade-offs. So, again, there's no disagreement. There's no sunlight between the parties when it comes to that. And I am happy to be able to confirm.
Great. Well, that sounds good. Yeah, and at CTA, that's something that we're really focused on is supply chain security, IoT security. So I think that industry is, looking forward to keep coordinating with government on that, no matter who's in charge.
Right.
Another piece of 5G that you did mention previously is spectrum. Recently, it's been more of a focus on mid-band spectrum, and while you were still a commissioner, there was a big focus on high-band spectrum. I mean, how do you think we're doing on that? There have been, there's even more coming on 5.9. I think almost every mid-band band has been talked about recently. How's that going for us? What more do we need to do?
Well, let me state the obvious. Mid-band spectrum is important, full of uses, and it's very encumbered. So, so we've got 4 bands, 4 models, different models for different bands. So the challenge here is to strike a balance. How can we be creative as we reassign more spectrum? We've got to, answer those questions. So you've got a number of interests. Newsflash, right? You've got one big player that I talked to that supports an unlicensed allocation in this, 6 gigahertz and at 5.9 bands because they believe, it is essentially that they would have to provide, larger unlicensed pipe to handle the high bandwidth traffic that increasingly flows over these networks. You've got mobile carriers that would rather see a 6 gigahertz band be allocated for mobile wireless use. And then you have these tech companies that believe that unlicensed allocations, that is critical. So which model works? Exclusive use, shared. What I will say is this, that there are lessons to be learned from each band. We must figure this all out. We need to reassign more spectrum, and we should not prejudge. We've got to work harder at being pragmatic. To me, if we have all of those elements and more, we will get to the right place in the right time and put us in a better place when it comes to winning the 5G race.
Great. So you did bring up, so I'll have to ask, because we brought it up, Section 230, hot topic in the last few months, one I have had the privilege of living and breathing myself recently. So where do you think?
Are you hyperventilating?
We have President Biden. What do you think happens? I know he himself has given, he's talked about it, and he has expressed skepticism.
So it's an interesting, this is going to be a very interesting place, because this is one of those issues where, at least from the beginning, there was a consensus. Both presidential candidates have expressed issues with Section 230. Now, that's where the consensus begins and ends. Now, I am not an attorney, and I'm going to rely a lot on Gigi Sohn on this, but I will classify Trump's issues with 5G. He might have issues there, but with Section 230 as being content inspired, and Biden being more of I just call it sort of a liability based. Those are the concerns that he's expressed. And while I cannot speak for Joe Biden, I don't ever remember him embracing the executive order that Trump issued. But look, as Gigi Sohn would say, but I'm going to say it in my way, this issue, when it comes to Section 230, it is not an FCC thing. This is a congressional thing. The FCC, I never believed that they had authority, that it has the authority to regulate these platforms. And I find it incredibly ironic and, quite frankly, hypocritical that an administration, that the Trump FCC, that was fixated, just fixated on restoring internet freedoms and repealing net neutrality principles, can look itself in the mirror and even entertain the air quotes clarifying the law promoting free speech online. And so I just find it very perplexing. And honestly, I have to use the word hypocritical here, that we're even entertaining this conversation. I think the FCC has no role here. It is trying to have its political cake, ice cream, Cool Whip, and sprinkles on top. And under any scenario, that's a killer. You don't even have to wait for your doctor; just go straight to the graveyard. That makes absolutely no sense in what where the position is here. It is one of I just shake my head at the hypocrisy here. And I just think this direction is, as you lawyers like to say, arbitrary and capricious.
You to read our comments. Would have been good. They were good. That was also helpful. All right, we've got about 3 to 4 minutes left.
Okay.
So media ownership, you mentioned media ownership. The Supreme Court now is saying that they'll take up the Prometheus decision. What do you think might happen there?
It is interesting in and of itself that they're are taking it up, right? So this is consequential, and there are concerns. So if by chance the Supreme Court reverses the lower court ruling, the FCC, and many would say, and I am with them, would be free to permit boundless consolidation by corporations to control local media. Many people feel that this would be detrimental to viewpoint diversity and localism. I have no idea why the Supreme Court took up this case. One may ask to overturn Chevron. One may ask to, put limits on media speech. First Amendment. I don't know. I can't figure this out. But I do know that there's a lot of uneasiness in this space for those of us who care about DE&I, who care about ownership and really think more is better. We're really concerned at this time because I just don't. I'll just say I'm uneasy. I don't want to predict, but the Supreme Court taking this up is worrisome.
Understood. Yeah, I think we'll all be watching super closely. Last minute, I wanted to see if you have any sage words of wisdom for any new SEC commissioners, new chairs, who knows, who may be coming in soon.
I think anyone who takes that oath and walks in that door, new location I hear, should be unapologetic about fixing what's wrong. There are a lot of challenges that we have during this pandemic, and as we recover, that money and technology and being connected could cure, enable, and expand and advance. So be innovative, be creative, be inclusive, and listen. There are a lot of things that need to be fixed, but the one unifying factor, I believe, is broadband connectivity. So make sure that you're a part of ensuring that it's ubiquitous and affordable. And if you do that, we will be well on a road of an inclusive recovery. And so that should be your goal, to be a part of the solution and not perpetuate the challenges before us.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Great words of wisdom. Thank you again for joining us, and thank you to the Lincoln Network for hosting. Apologies to everyone for my technical difficulties. Don't know what was going on with my screen, but thank you for bearing with us. So everyone enjoy the rest of the conference.
Hello, everyone. We have our last panel today. We are really glad that y'all stuck with us for so long. It's been really fun. Just a reminder, Reboot has 2 other days. Monday is going to focus on the view from Silicon Valley, and Tuesday is going to focus on the future of the news industry. So a lot of really great stuff.
Thanks. How's your day going?
My day is going fantastic. We have had such a good time at Reboot 2020. I mean, like, the quality of speakers has been outrageous. So we're going to go ahead and get started because the quality is going to continue with Jacob Hellberg. Thank you, everyone, for sticking with us today, and thank you for joining our conference. I am speaking, as I said, with Mr. Hellberg. He is a senior advisor at the Stanford University Cyber Policy Center, which is definitely one of my favorite sources for good, solid reporting on cybersecurity and misinformation policies. He is also an adjunct fellow at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Jake has done amazing things for him to be so young. He geopolitical risk company, a forecasting company called GeoQuant, and he worked for Google to help anticipate global risks, and was on the disinformation train before disinformation was a word that we were all tweeting about. So today we are going to talk about US policy towards China in this administration, in the next administration, what it should look like. So for the audience, we are going to take just a couple of questions, so get them queued up for the end. And that is it. So, Jacob, from my perspective, our current foreign policy has been very haphazardly, very sporadic, and even more so with China. And for me,
That is extremely bothersome. But I do understand that other people don't feel that it is the same. How do you think about this? What do you think about our current policy towards China?
Well, I think let me preface my critique of the current administration with an acknowledgement that I think there were a lot of sacred cows in our policymaking community generally that have been revisited over the last 4 years. And I think in a way that's been a healthy exercise for a lot of people. It's called upon us all to revisit some of the assumptions that we've been operating on, that some of which have been out of date for a while. With that being said, as you rightly pointed out, one of the central issues and themes from the current administration has been that it has been operated in a way that's quite haphazard. And in fact, I don't think that's a partisan comment as much as I think a lot of conservatives would have appreciated pursuing the pursuit of conservative ideas in a more organized way. So I think the next administration with respect to China, I don't want to get ahead of Vice President Biden's ability to articulate what his foreign policy towards China is going to be. But what I do know is that there are four main pillars that will heavily influence the next administration's approach to China. The first is the fact that Vice President Biden has formally acknowledged and publicly acknowledged human rights abuses in Xinjiang as genocide, which is a very, very big step that even the current administration hasn't taken. Obviously, it has a lot of consequences because doesn't necessarily negotiate with genocidal governments on with it lightly, without seriously considering the gravity of what's taking place there. The second is the vice president's Made in All of America plan will simply, in a very mechanical way, likely require upholding a tougher line on trade in order to stimulate and reinvigorate manufacturing here at home. So the vice president has a plan that aims at reinvigorating domestic manufacturing, and achieving that objective will likely require upholding a tougher line on trade. The third is, as you pointed out in your initial point, I think a central theme that we're going to see in this new administration is going to be better coordination with allies, and I think that's a good thing. I think regardless of what party you belong to or what your political persuasion is, America is incredibly blessed to have a network of allies around the world, in the North Atlantic with Europe, and it also has friends, thankfully, in the Pacific, South Korea, Japan, Australia. It has an opportunity to forge a new relationship with India. I think all of these things are a great development for American interests, for the American worker, as well as American companies and democracy. And I think that is something that we're likely to see as a central theme in the way that the United States approaches the relationship with China. Lastly, the last pillar is that I think you're going to see an administration that will be willing to engage with China, not exclusively with China, but will be willing to talk with China and work with China on addressing transnational issues that are not inherently political, but that impact the entire planet, including climate change, particularly climate change and denuclearization. So denuclearization, obviously I'm referring to especially the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, where China is obviously a key player. So I would say, if I were to predict, and my prediction is as good as anyone else's at this point, I think those four pillars will heavily influence the way that the next administration approaches the United States' relationship with China.
So this is a great way to start this conversation, because you definitely hit on four things that I want to talk about. So this is exciting. Let's start off with Vice President Biden's kind of declaration on genocide. Now, you are a very well-educated man, as is most of our listeners. America is no angel when it comes to its history and how it's treated people, right? But now we're doing our best to try to turn this moral ground and kind of uphold post-World War II ideals about democracy and, good liberal policies, which means that we can't just, be as buddy-buddy and as cozy with China as we have been, as previous administrations said was a good idea to be. So if Vice President Biden wants to keep this balance between they are one of our largest partners, they also have a huge control over other countries to which we are trading partners with. But in that exact same breath, we can't keep coming to the table with a country that is being accused of genocide against its Uyghur minority. So how do you think, if you were at, the national security table and you were able to have a word in on how to balance these two very strong competing issues, what would you say?
Well, past administrations have had a tradition called dual tracking, which basically means completely decoupling principles that are core to who we are as Americans with other aspects of our relationship. That, in practice, has meant being able to stand firm on issues of human rights and speaking out on issues of human rights, even if we are having separate and parallel conversations about issues related to denuclearization and climate change and these other types of issues. The challenge is that in the real world, it is really hard when you're an administration that's trying to get things done to truly de-link those two things. And I think that is going to be a challenge that any administration, including the next one, will have to face, is how to make progress on issues like climate change and denuclearization, while at the same time standing true to principles that are core to American interests, especially the rule of law, human rights. These aren't details. I mean, we are talking about genocide, and that's a crime against humanity. I'll just add that it's true that America has an imperfect past and track record with respect to human rights. With that being said, I would argue as someone that is very proud of this country and to be living here as an American by choice who moved here from Europe, that one of the beauties of this country that I've always admired is its ability to self-correct, and that at least for all of its flaws, this is a country where people can advocate, can speak freely, can report, whistleblow in our very raucous media environment. And I think that that's something that is a beautiful thing. And we've just went through 4 years of an incredibly chaotic administration, but the administration, we had a system of checks and balances. The administration still had to work with Congress to get a number of things done. There is a Supreme Court. So I think it is, it's not a perfect system, no system is, but I still think that it is a system that's, I wouldn't trade anything for it.
Oh, that probably needs to be on somebody's patriotic commercial. That was beautiful. I love it. So speaking of this dual tracking idea that, the foreign policy apparatus does operate off of, right? We need to be able to think two thoughts, and even though they might be opposite at the same time. In my head, this brings up how we're currently feeling and thinking about Chinese software, applications, internet behavior on the internet, specifically how we've behaved towards Huawei and ZTE. First off, everyone knows during, what was it, Obama's first term or second term or early second term, everyone was absolutely up in arms about Huawei. They said, let's stop buying them for the federal government. And then Trump came in and definitely put a finer point on that. Now we have this issue with TikTok. And the Trump administration has asked, and we're slowly pulling all Huawei materials out of now states, localities, and whatnot. Should we be doing the same thing with TikTok? We're going to keep saying that we need to think about American morals. We need to make sure that we prize and treasure free market principles. If we keep going down this road of everything China is bad, we don't want them in our system, we don't want them in our market, how closer are we getting to acting like China as opposed to being free, loving, democratic, markety Americans?
So you're getting at a really important point, which is that a number of folks in the media and in academia have been trying to make the case, or have been highlighting the point that taking actions against Chinese technology companies could be tantamount to replicating Chinese behavior. I want to be clear about this, that what sets the US apart and other democracies apart from China isn't that our markets are completely unfettered and that their markets have rules. In other words, it's not that our internet is totally borderless and ungoverned and has no rules and that theirs have laws. What sets our market apart is that our market is governed by laws that are democratic. Our internet is a democratic internet. We're a democracy, and China is an autocracy, and their laws are authoritarian. Their internet is authoritarian, and that is a really fundamental substantive difference. Every country has rules. Germany has a hate speech law that applies to internet companies. So one could argue, does that count as cyber sovereignty, quote unquote? The law, as you know, there are laws, as you know, in the United States that are being advocated to ban or flag, quote unquote, fake news, which could also meet, by some definitions, this concept of cyber sovereignty. So to me, it's not so much about sovereignty. The ship has sailed. The internet is increasingly looking more like the physical world. It has laws just like our physical markets. The question is what the substantive difference between those laws, and the fact that in the United States, in Europe, in India, those laws are democratic, and in China, they're not. And one crisp example as to why that is a substantively profound problem is the fact that in China, you have laws like the National Intelligence Law, and particularly Article 7 of that law, that basically requires companies to assist the Chinese government in almost any and every intelligence request that the Chinese government has, including requiring employees of a company to provide that assistance without notifying their employer that they are in the process of assisting the Chinese government on an intelligence request. So it's incredibly far-reaching. That is the thrust of why so many people are concerned about cybersecurity issues with. It's about access and integrity. It's twofold. It's if we depend on engineering systems, whether it's supply chains or software systems in China, our access could get jeopardized and cut off from one day to the next. And number two, the integrity piece is if we have engineering systems in China, there could be backdoors in those systems. They could get subverted in ways that we aren't even fully aware of. Peter Thiel at a conference described this phenomenon as the eye of Sauron that sees all things in all places at all times. And I think it's a very apt analogy. That is the reason why so many countries are concerned about TikTok, which seems benign because it's a dance app, but it actually collects an enormous amount of data from your cell phone that have nothing to do with dancing. It collects your clipboard data, which means that if you're copying and pasting your email and password, it now has your email and password to a bunch of your accounts. It collects your location data every 30 seconds. And Huawei, which is which would be the physical infrastructure of our 5G internet, basically would be the foundation for everything that sits on top of the internet, which would be a huge cybersecurity exposure. So I think that the merits, the cybersecurity merits, are more than credible, and frankly, I think that's why you're seeing a lot of countries around the world, despite the fact that President Trump was personally very unpopular, a lot of countries around the world have really come around to the basic idea that the cybersecurity risks were sufficiently high in order for them to choose not to go with Huawei for the infrastructure of their country. France has not put in a ban, but they have basically said that they're going to opt for the European solution to 5G, Nokia and Ericsson. The UK has obviously come around. Germany is now slowly coming around. Australia, Japan, country after country, India, which is obviously a very large market. Country after country, governments are choosing to opt to not work with Huawei. And the reason is simple. It is a massive cybersecurity vulnerability. And they're not opting, the United States promoting this position is not something that is benefiting an American company. The alternative to Huawei right now is Nokia and Ericsson, which are European companies. So it's not like it's entirely self-serving where if they don't pick Huawei, they're going to use Google. Right now, people are turning to European companies. The basic stance of advocating against Huawei is entirely based on the cybersecurity concern.
So you said an absolute mouthful, all of which, if I could just like drop a hand clap me.
I'm passionate about this issue, so.
I am too. I knew we were going to have a great conversation. Yeah. So this makes me very happy. I feel like the biggest issue I have is like where to start. So this is how we feel. This is how a lot of our allies are starting to feel about the threat of Huawei in their systems, especially when it's, in East Africa, for example, they were like, oh, please, we'll definitely come and build this for you. We will do all of these things and it's going to be so great. And you're going to upgrade your telecommunication systems. But then we 110% saw what happened at the African Union, right? So I am glad that people are starting to think about this in this way. Mm-hmm. And that's beautiful. The other thing, though, that I am concerned about, especially when we think about our policy towards China, in my head, it also reflects our policies, like what we're doing in the United States. So aside from their ability to build and manufacture beautiful, low-cost, fun technology that they can then disperse across the world for their own intelligence acquisition and business purposes, they are being very, very strategic, and I'm not particularly mad. They're being very strategic in how they are thinking about the tech of the future and how they're going about collecting rare earth minerals and things that are going to be the driving force to the types of engineering and technology that's going to create tech to help with climate change, 5G, all these other things. I think one of the biggest stories that I had heard anecdotally, was about how they were going through, how the Chinese government was going through all of the minerals that they think are going to be needed for battery storage. And it made me think about, wow, it's not just banning X company, because once X company is banned, another company is going to come up because they're already thinking about the tech far, far in advance. So I'm wondering what you think and how America should go about changing our own strategic policies so that we can be very, very competitive, and so that we are thinking about technology acquisition and manufacturing and what literally it's going to take to make tech in the future, so that when we think about US and China policy, it's not always a tit for tat. It is a, how do we make America better?
Right.
Yeah.
So I would divvy up my response into two parts. The first is, what do we do on the demand side of the market? On the demand side of the market, we need the United States, and this is something that the Vice President Biden's team has talked about quite a bit, but there is a new opportunity for the US to create what some people have called tech alliances. The Quad in the Pacific, the United States, India, Japan, and Australia have had several discussions about creating a new supply chain alliance. That model, the supply chain alliance, would be a supply side solution to a supply chain security, but that model could very well be applied to a demand side solution. How do we create a common market, like, for example, what was supposed to be the TPP, and ensure that the outer bounds of that market is enforced. The reason that TPP can be problematic, and one of the issues that the next administration will have to grapple with, is if it creates a trading regime that's large, which is important and necessary, it will have to make sure that the outer bounds of that area are protected in terms of to ensure that China doesn't use that new trading area as a backdoor for dumping. So, for example, if we had TPP, Mexico would be a party to it. It would be incredibly, for TPP to have any value, it would be incredibly important to ensure that Mexico isn't cutting a bilateral deal with China where China sets up a bunch of operations in Mexico and then has a backdoor into the other country that are signatories to TPP, and therefore completely negates the value of having this area because our companies, which are subject to all of the different various rules and regulations and standards articulated under TPP, are now competing with Chinese companies that have access to this preferential trading regime, but that aren't bound to the same rules and regulations. So that's on the demand side. On the supply side, there have been supply chain alliances, ideas about supply chain alliances that have popped up. There have been ideas I have written about, ideas about engaging African countries. As you point out, one of the necessary inputs for finished manufactured goods is raw materials and natural resources. You need natural resources to actually make manufactured goods. That's why China is so involved in Africa. If the United States and the democracies are to be successful in reshoring their activities outside of China, they're going to have to somehow, some way figure out how to get, in a cost competitive way, access to natural resources and raw materials. And that might be in Africa. So the solution isn't necessarily to engage in the same kinds of predatory, I would argue, neo-colonialist tactics that the Chinese government has been engaged in Africa, where it builds a road that only leads from a mine straight to the port and without really benefiting much the local community. The solution could be engaging African countries in ways that empower them far more authentically, where local governments actually have buy-in and are stakeholders and beneficiaries of this trading relationship. So those are just a few ideas of how the United States can reinvigorate its manufacturing operations. There are a whole slew of add-ons that I think would be necessary. Like, for example, the fact that we do have a mechanical engineering shortage in the United States and frankly across democracies, simply because the microeconomics of our economy far more reward software engineering over mechanical engineering. There is an immigration component to it where, just like when a startup recruits and builds a team, it has to have the best and the brightest. Countries operate in ways that aren't that dissimilar. If we want to have the most innovative workforce, being able to draw the best and the brightest minds from the rest of the world is incredibly beneficial. So there are no shortages of policy measures that the next administration will have to grapple with in order to make this a reality, but these are just a few.
I could not agree more. I definitely think that we would probably make a good tag team if we had any type of leverage in the foreign policy ecosystem. So we only have a couple of minutes, and I'm just scrolling through the chats to see if there's any questions. There are two, but they seem to have kind of already been answered. So I'm going to go ahead and move on to my next point, which is the thing that I love about being in a long-term strategic competition, as scary and as bad and that can be, is that it requires a whole lot of reflection on what you're doing. And if you are smart, you will definitely look back at history. You will give a very good and clean eye to how your own country is performing. So this conversation, we've talked about the issue of immigration. We've talked about the worthiness of higher education. We've talked about trade and alliances and our relationships with other countries, all in as part of how we're going to address China. So if there were 3 things or even 5 things that you would kind of put on your list of, like, if we're going to think strategically since we're in this long-term competition with China, these are the 3 to 5 things that we have to address first. For example, I would definitely say we have to address our own education and recruitment system. We have a smaller population. We have to have babies that can do math and know science and have easy access to higher education. The reason that we are able to get all this bright and beautiful talent into the United States in the form of immigration is because they can afford to go to our universities and others can't. So that's just an example. That would probably be my number one. What would be your, top 3, top 5 things that we need to do domestically to improve our strategic competition with China?
I would say the top 3 would really be infrastructure. I think making big investments in infrastructure reduces the cost of doing business for everyone. At a very micro level, I remember talking with beneficiaries of scholarships that used to tell me that they chose to go to a given community college just because it had an exit on the subway that picked them up near in the community that they lived in. So it just shows how infrastructure can actually have a huge impact, big and small, for companies to get their goods to market, as well as for people to be able to have access to educational opportunities that they wouldn't otherwise be able to have access to. So infrastructure is a big one. I would bucket education and immigration as one broad human capital project, making sure that our people are competitive and our workforce is competitive. So education is a big one. We need more mechanical engineers. Frankly, we need more engineers all around. But we also need other types of specialized and skilled labor. So for example, Tim Cook was interviewed not too long ago, and he was basically explaining during the interview that one of the reasons that Apple had so many of its supply chains in China was actually the cost was one component, but actually a big component was the fact that China just has an enormous and abundant supply of very, very specialized workers that know how to operate certain types of technical machineries that you just can't find that elsewhere. So that is something that I think doesn't get enough attention. And the last one is trade. I think figuring out and modernizing our trading arrangements are going to be a really big endeavor for the future. And by that, I also mean governments finding out a better mechanism to enforce trade policies, I think is really key, because we've seen over the last few years an enormous degree of public frustration at unfair competition. Trading arrangements are not inherently bad the way that they're written. The problem is that a lot of the times rules aren't always enforced. So figuring out ways of enforcing that, I think, is going to be key.
I could not agree with you more. Jacob, we have to do this again. We have to spend more time with each other at some point because we're just chock full of good ideas and we could talk for hours. But it is a Friday. It is the end of a workday. So I just want to thank you so much for joining us. We are just benefited greatly from having you on. And thank you to everyone that has joined Reboot. We will see you on Monday for day 2. See ya.
Thanks.
Thanks for coming, everyone. We will see you back on Monday and Tuesday, 12:30 Eastern Time, 9:30 Pacific, and we're really looking forward to seeing you guys for the second